All right. Good morning, everybody. Okay, thank you for your patience. Some tech issues this morning. We'll be started shortly. All right. Oh, did I break chat? I might have broke chat. Yo, good morning. Okay, I did break chat. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, I'm not sure. Give me just a second. Let me see if I can fix chat here. Okay, we'll go with this for now. We'll see. I thought it was supposed to be alpha color. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll go with this for now. It'll be a little lighter than usual, but and then I'll figure out what's wrong with it later. All right. At least we got the chat on the screen. Thank you for your patience, everyone. A couple tech issues today. Everything's kind of a mess, so don't judge too hard. Like all my overlays, everything we're just in a little bit of a tizzy here today. All right, that'll do for now, donkey. That'll do. That'll do. We'll figure out the chat later. I could sit here and obsess about it until it's perfect, but that's not quite ideal. We're starting a little late today. Let's just go ahead and dive into some games. Hope everyone is feeling good today. Happy Thursday. I think it's Thursday. I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Okay. Are you in here somewhere, Midna? There she is. Good morning, Midna. She was trying to get love with me. She was trying to get love from me, but I was trying to get my stream going. So I felt so bad because I just had to blatantly ignore her while I'm trying to get my stream going here this morning. But you know, sometimes you just got to ignore a cat. I'm just gonna give her some pets. All right, hold on. Okay. All right, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. All right. All right, we're back. Hope everyone had a good couple of days away. Thank you for the first sub of the day. Happy Abby with the 16-month primer. Can we get some cat jams in the chat for that? Okay. Try to settle in here this morning. Never ideal to start a show that way, but you know, it is what it is. I see YouTube popping in here this morning. What up, Malachi? What up, Ali Bobali? Two-year-old and 3-week-year-old. Oh my gosh. Malachi's got his hands full over there. Malachi's got his hands full over there. Good morning, dude. And what's up, Lao Boys as well? Good to see you today. Oh. And welcome to the broadcast, dude. Welcome to the show. I ignore mine all the time. Yeah. I have to ignore. I have to do business. Okay, all right. What's our inventory like here? Okay, not too bad. You know the feature I never use is the Poke Center feature. I never freaking use the healing machine in the Poke Center ever. I never use this. I just eat random food. Ba-bum-bum-bum-bum. I hardly do, yeah. I'll just eat food. I don't need that. You can only use it once a day. I think that's what makes it feel dumb to me. All right, let's go check our Cloud Islands for stamps. I didn't realize I was so behind on stamps this week. Ooh, let's get this soft seat recipe. Nice. Nice. The wire recipe is actually a super solid pickup, dude. The wire recipe is a super solid pickup, actually. A software update is required. What the f is going on, dude? Why wouldn't it tell me this when I loaded the game up this morning? What the hell? Oh, I didn't mean to click cancel. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, good. Weird. Okay. Yeah, why wouldn't it tell me when I loaded the game up? It did that to me too yesterday? Yeah, weird. Yo, what up, Bubbles? Good morning. Good to see you today. Assassin's Creed Black Flagged Resynced. Yeah, it looks fun. I'm not a big Assassin's Creed guide. Sure, it'd be cool though. Sure to be cool though. I'm all for the remake era of gaming. I think it's important to bring these games to the modern generation. You know, I was just reading about what's considered the top 10 games of all time, and some website had 80,000 people take a poll. And let me tell you, this list of 10 games will make a gamer my age feel really old. The only single like PlayStation 1 and older generation game on the list was Metal Gear Solid 1. And that was it. There was nothing from the older era besides for Metal Gear Solid 1 somehow. Everything was Xbox 360, Xbox One, PlayStation 3, and up. Everything. Somehow God of War 1 and 2 was on the list. Like the new ones, Ragnarok and the one before it. Both. That's the thing that both? Like, no. Listen, both of those games were probably phenomenal, but both in the top 10 games of all time is a joke. That's a joke, dude. There's no way. Now, Red Dead Redemption 2 ended up being the top game of all time. And like, I agree with that. I'm sure Red Dead Redemption 2 probably is one of the best games of all time. I'm sure that's real. So like, I actually agreed with the top game of all time, but I don't agree with both God of Wars being in the top list. Like, just for diversity's sake, like just for the fact that there's plenty of other great franchises. Like, come on, like there's no, like you gotta put something else in the list. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta put something else in the list. You can't double up on God of War games. Like, you gotta put something else in the list, dude. Like, what were the qualification factors? I don't know. It was just a random website. So what we can assume is how they handled it. What we can assume is how they did it was everyone was able to make their own list of 10 games, and then they just took the highest voted games. That's what we assume. It was like everybody was able to just present their list of 10 games. And out of 80,000 people presenting a list of 10 games, there was a list of top 10. And that top 10 included 2 God of War games, Metal Gear Solid 1, Red Dead Redemption 2. Somehow The Last of Us wasn't even in the list. Like, think about that. Like, it's like, even though like the list doesn't feel quite accurate, because I don't think enough chronically online millennials were like, there's not enough chronically online millennials that participated, obviously, because there would have been more Super Nintendo, there would have been more 64, there would have been more PlayStation 1 and 2. So you can't take it too serious, but you have to admit 80,000 people is a lot of people. And it does kind of give you an idea of like what the newer generation of kids and gamers, we're talking like maybe 20 to 30 year olds, think are probably the best games of all time. it did give us like a pretty good idea of like what people consider the best game of all time. Like, you know what I mean? It's just a rough idea. It's just like a little conversation piece, which is what I'm using it as right now, right? It's like, you know what I mean? It was just a fun, like just lighthearted poll. And you know, it was an insane list, dude. It was actually a crazy list. Let me see if I can pull the list up for y'all. It was who was it? It wasn't IGN. It was we wouldn't even be talking about it if it was IGN because I don't like them. But it was dang, who was it? Who did this freaking poll, dude? Let me think about it. Nice, somebody's been working on this island. Tangela stamp, that's cute. I didn't even think you could get a Tangela stamp. Ooh, nice. I'll buy this ribbon cake. All right, get me out of here. It might have been Game Rant, yeah. It might have been Game Rant though. It might have been Game Rant. Yeah, here it is. All right, I think this might be the list. It might be. Let's see if this is the old one. Yeah, April 3rd, published April 3rd. All right, you guys ready? Here's the list. Now the list has changed. Since the last time I looked at it, more people have been voting and the list seems to have adjusted. All right, so this is the new list. This is not the same list that I saw. All right, and we can go back to that list if y'all want, because that list is we can find it on Spawn Wave's video. But here's the current list. It's Red Dead Redemption 2, Skyrim, Elden Rings. This was not the same list that I saw. Red Dead Redemption 2, then Elden Ring, or Skyrim, then Elden Ring, then Witcher, then Batman Arkham City, then Resident Evil 4, and one has to assume they're talking about the remake, not the original, but maybe the original as well. God of War 2018, Metal Gear Solid 1, Cyberpunk, which this one is arguably weird because while Cyberpunk really turned itself around, I wonder if there's a conversation to be had that separates the best game of all time around release versus the best game of all time now. Because if you're saying the best game of all time right now that you could go and load up and play at this very moment in time, then like stuff like Ocarina of Time is totally not going to be in the conversation, because if you go to load up Ocarina of Time to play it right now, it's one of the crustiest, dirtiest, nastiest games to play, because it's super hard to play, because it's hard to play on a 64 and use the old controllers and stuff. So there's a lot of recency bias here. You notice that? A lot of recency bias. Like whoever voted on these really just like see, like Skyrim moved up, Arkham moved down. Since the last time I saw this, look, it's 80,000 votes an hour ago, and some stuff has adjusted since then. Ragnarok went down to 10th, Cyberpunk went up a couple, so it's like, it's interesting. Like there's a lot of recency bias besides for Metal Gear. The Cyberpunk one, while fair, because Cyberpunk turned itself into a great experience, I wonder if you need to have like separate votings. Like you need to have a voting that says, what was the best game of all time around its own release, isolated within its own release? Because then you have conversations like the jump from 2D to 3D, Mario 64. You have stuff like the jump from Mario 1 to Mario 3. Like, think about this for a second. The jump from Mario 1 to Mario 3 was insane. Like, so like, it's hard to bring up that conversation. that gets messy because console bugs, PC bugs, etc. Well, that's the thing. That should be a part of the conversation. Like, why are we uplifting Cyberpunk as one of the best games of all time when it released as a literal heaping pile of garbage? Like, that's almost unfair to games that released in a full, complete state that knocked people's socks off. You know, you could say the same thing about Skyrim. It's like, so it's just, now I'm not saying Cyberpunk's not a great game, but I'm just saying, like, that's interesting. On release has no relevance to how it is now. Okay, so then that's why, if you go with the logic that on release has no relevance to now, then no older games would ever have a chance. Think about that for a second. If you go with the logic that on release has no relevance to how it is now, then older games have zero chance to ever be the best game of all time. And is that really fair if you're gonna do an objective list of the best games of all time? Is that really fair to the older games? Do they just get pushed under the rug because, like, they're just not playable now? Like, you cannot go back and enjoy older games the same way. Like, they're really hard to play. You know, that's not like imagine the person who voted Red Dead Redemption 2 to be the best game of all time, and then you were to say, okay, what about Ocarina of Time? And they were to say, I went back and played Ocarina and it sucked. And you say, well, why do you say that? And they say, well, I went back and played Ocarina of Time and the game was hard to play, the camera was terrible, the controller wasn't fun, and the game was a buggy, like an old school blocky buggy mess. So I really didn't enjoy it, therefore it's nowhere near the top game of all time. Meanwhile, all the people who played Ocarina of Time when it released would argue that it is the best game ever made. So do you see why I think that there needs to be almost a separate conversation? Like, you need to have like almost two conversations. Like, you need to have a conversation that considers the past, but then you need to have a conversation that considers the modern stuff as well. Like, you can't just do one or the other. Like, you really, really just can't. Like, that's not like, because like it sucks. Like, at that point, you're just throwing all old games out. Ocarina is still good though. It's not if you have never played old video games. That's the thing, Celestial Nightcat. No offense, but that's a naive take. Like, it's easy to say Ocarina is still good because you grew up playing old games. But if you go back and you play Ocarina as a modern gamer, you might not have the same view. And I know this for a fact because I talk to hundreds of people every day, and I've talked to a lot of Zelda fans. And there's a lot of Zelda fans who love Breath of the Wild who go back and play Ocarina and they can't. Like, they physically think they can't. The game sucks to them. They're like, it's miserable to play. It's just not a very playable game to the modern audience. And that's the problem. It's like, I feel like we're throwing older games under the rug. Just because we're not considering the era in which they released, right? Like you have to consider the era in which these games released as well. You know what I mean? Breath of the Wild feeling like a better game, right? So it's like recency bias is always going to win because all modern games feel better than all older games, with like a few exceptions. Like Castlevania Symphony of the Night, that game's like an exception. Like, that game feels good no matter when you play it. That game managed to age just completely timeless, right? So it's an interesting conversation. I feel like once you add modern gaming into the conversation, of course people are going to say that Grand Theft Auto 5 is better than Grand Theft Auto 2 because of recency bias. Like, but you can't say that 2 wasn't an iconic game. So it's like, at what point, like, how do you separate the conversation? Isn't that the natural progression of games? Right, exactly. So if you go with the natural progression, then obviously modern stuff is always going to win. That's what I'm trying to say. So if you're going to have a conversation about the best game ever released, you can do it in two different ways, in my opinion. You either do it considering the era that they released, or you do it based off of right now. Like, what is the best game that exists on planet Earth right now? Doesn't matter when it released. It doesn't matter the state it released in. None of that matters, right? Just what is the best game on planet Earth right this moment that we are breathing this second? Right? And isn't it kind of fun that you can have almost two different kind of conversations about it, right? Like, think about it. Like, the best game that exists right now in this moment in time is totally going to be different than the best game ever created over the history of gaming. I almost think that you want to have two separate conversations, right? Like, because like there deserves to be two different answers. There deserves to be like two different answers, I think. I think there are more than two ways to have the... Yeah, I think there are probably even more than two ways. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that big time. I just can't see that Cyberpunk's bugs on release are a part of it. So, for example, the only reason I think that the bugs should be a part of maybe a third conversation, and that's what I said. If you remember what I originally said, Planet Kitties, is I said, should we have a conversation about games and how they were on release? I didn't necessarily say that we should have a conversation solely about bugless releases. I was just saying, should we have a conversation about the best game of all time, but in the vacuum of when it released, around when it released? And in that case, if it took a game a year or two to like fix itself and to be playable, then if we were to have the whole world of gamers vote, how many people picked up Cyberpunk and their first impression was that the game was terrible and they never came back and played it again? I'm not saying that Cyberpunk doesn't deserve its accolades and that it doesn't deserve, to be raised up and lifted up for how good of a game it is now. I'm saying that if you put it in a vacuum of when it released, a lot of people are going to say that it's a bad game because they picked it up, they played it, their first impression was that it was terrible, and then they never played it again. So in that sense, then Cyberpunk doesn't really deserve to be in the top 10 games of all time, because a lot of people's first impression of Cyberpunk is that it's complete garbage. That matters. That matters. Whether or not you agree with that now, that matters. So if you were to have a presentation and you were to say, what's the best game of all time? And you consider what it was like when it released, because there is a conversation to be had about like a game's release, when it comes out, like how people interact with it, right? Think about, especially nowadays, think about how many people have wrote off certain games because of just what influencers have said, not even playing it themselves. All of a sudden, the population says the game's bad, and then it goes down in history as being a bad game, and then that game doesn't have a chance to be voted into the top 10 games of all time. Like, so that's why I brought that up. I wasn't trying to say that Cyberpunk just deserves to be wrote off because of its buggy release. I was just talking about the idea that if we were to present the world of gamers with a list of games to vote on, and we were to say, consider the era they released in, all of a sudden you start to have conversations about Ocarina of Time, and you start to have conversations about Super Mario World and like Chrono Trigger. And these are games that are totally, they released as full feature products. They released with minimal bugs, and they changed the history of gaming. And that should be considered the same way that Cyberpunk on release, it fell short. It fell so short that people were getting refunds, and that the game was bricking people's computers, and it was one of the worst experiences. And the build up to Cyberpunk was a night. Everyone was expecting the best game they ever played, and we got the actual opposite. And for a year, everyone was let down. Unfortunately, in this conversation, Cyberpunk should not be considered the best game of all time. No way, dude. Like, that's just not cool. Like, that whole situation ended up being terrible, dude. Like, dude, the build up to Cyberpunk was like a 10-year ride for it to fall so flat. It was one of the worst releases of all time in gaming. That should be considered in the conversation. So, like, let me, and then I'll say one more thing and then I'll wrap it up. Let's say that somehow Cyberpunk got to the final battle and there was only 2 games left that could be chosen for the best game of all time. And you had to choose something that released with minimal bugs, and then something that released with a lot of bugs. But both games were completely the same. They were both beautiful. Everyone loved them. Obviously, the game that had less bugs is going to end up winning in like most cases. Like, maybe not, but like, because that's the game that's going to be more memorable. That's going to be the game that's going to stick with people, and that's the game that's people are going to look back and say, well, it had a better release. And that's all I was saying. So to be clear, I did kind of misspeak, and I did make it sound like Cyberpunk like didn't deserve to be in the running because of bugs in this weird scenario I'm creating in my head. No, that's not quite what I meant to say. I just meant that like bugs should be a part of the conversation in this weird scenario in my head. I think they should. I think the same way that Mario 64 isn't the best game of all time, but when it released, it was the best 3D game we had ever seen in our life. Should that not be considered for the best game of all time? When Mario 64 released, it was the most intense 3D experience we had ever witnessed. How is that not in the top 10 games of all time? Call me a boomer if you want, but how is that not being considered? Like it was the most iconic jump we've ever seen in gaming, from 2D to 3D. It was this massive, like, you know what I mean? So like, for me, I feel like if you're not going to consider the era in which a game releases, like that's rude. That almost feels like you're turning back an era in gaming that was so important. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is the game of the year the most influential, or the one that you want to play the most right now? Right. The one that's like the most popular, right? I think my issue with all of this is that you can't have a greatest game of all time list with people randomly voting for their favorites. So really, everyone's individual lists are what have meaning to each person. Right, of course. The category for best game of all time is so nebulous now because gaming history is longer now, and there's more eras to consider. Yeah, it's like, that's why it's like such a fun conversation for me to have, and that's why I think Game Rant's poll actually matters. So this all started because I presented this poll to the chat here, and let me link it for y'all who want to go see it yourself. So this for me was really fun to talk about because this all comes back to this poll that was released, y'all. And this poll, 80,000 people sent in a list of their favorite games of all time. And this list, here was the list right here. And I sparked the conversation today because, like, I found this fascinating. I found it fascinating that 80,000 people created this list. Everyone submitted 10 games, and somehow those 80,000 people's voices led to this list. And I just found this fascinating because I was like, not only does this make me feel old, it also shows us that gaming is growing. Because think about it like this. Let's say you ask somebody what were the 10 greatest movies of all time. What do you think that list would look like? What do you think? I bet you I bet you there's a chance that it wouldn't involve too much stuff from the 90s, and it maybe the 90s is still kind of hot, but it wouldn't involve stuff from the 80s. It probably wouldn't involve too much stuff from the 70s. It probably wouldn't involve too much stuff from the 60s. It probably wouldn't involve too much stuff from the 50s. Would it? Probably not at all. It would probably start at the 90s and go up. And there are movies that people think are amazing from the 80s. So it's so fascinating that gaming is growing, everybody. Look around you. Gaming is beautiful. It's blossoming to the point to where my list of the 10 greatest games of all time is going to be completely different than the next person's. And that wasn't like that 15, 20 years ago. In my opinion, 20 years ago, this list would have been more familiar to all of us. 15 years ago, 20 years ago, we would have seen stuff on this list that we have all had played at one point. Yeah, homogenous. 15, 20 years ago, we would have seen all the games. We would have been like, oh, I know that game. Oh, I played that game. I'm going to tell you right now, for me, I've only played Skyrim and Metal Gear Solid 1 on this list. I have played Cyberpunk, but only for 2 hours. I have played Resident Evil 4, but only for like 2 hours. So really, I've only played 2 games of this top 10 for longer than like 4 hours. Yeah, like I've played 2 of them, Skyrim and Metal Gear, to completion, basically, right? Like, it's crazy. Like, it's such a fascinating subject for me. You know, like, it's really cool to see people's favorite list and to like see what the modern era of gaming, because if I had to argue, I would assume that this is mostly a bit of like younger gamers, younger than me gamers. This list shows me that like the bulk of gaming is probably 20 to 30, and I am now out of the bulk of gaming. That's what this list makes me feel. This list makes me feel like I thought I was in the like minority of gaming. I kind of felt like millennials were still like the majority of gamers, and I'm realizing I'm very wrong. And as I get older and as I start to like push into my late 30s, that like the bulk of gamers are like 20 to 30. And like those are the ones that are making the decisions nowadays. Those are the ones that are answering these types of polls. Those are the ones that are going out and like buying games, and companies are making games for like 20 to 30 year olds. You know what I mean? Like, they're not like I've fallen out of the camp, I think, you know, like I really have. I don't know if I don't know anymore, you know? Do you think they would ever turn Mario into an open world? I don't know, man. I've thought about that. I think it would work for Mario. I think it would work because like Sonic did it. They would have to figure out how to do it like Sonic did it. I think Sonic Frontiers was a good example of an open world 2D game. Because think about it, Sonic Frontiers had these portals that you would go into and you would play regular levels. Then all around the world was just random 2D segments that you would jump into. Sounds like Odyssey to an extent, right? What if they just took some of those concepts from Odyssey and just amplified them, put you in a big open world setting and just made a bunch of 2D sections and like portals, like you're in Peach's castle in Mario 64, and you go through those portals into regular levels, and then you still play regular Mario. Like, again, Frontiers did it well. Like, Frontiers somehow managed to create a really satisfying open world Sonic game, but also still gave you levels to do so that you were always still kind of at home. And I think that would be the ideal position for an open world Mario game. It would still kind of have that open world hub feel where you're going to go into levels, but those levels are kind of smaller and isolated. And in all reality, the bulk of the experience is spent in the open world, hopping around, hee-hawing, you know, up cliffs and stuff. I think it would work. I think a 3D Mario game would, open world Mario game would work. I think it would be a little bit weird, but Sonic Frontiers, oddly enough, doesn't get complimented for. I feel like Sonic Frontiers doesn't get gassed up enough for what it accomplished in that regard. Like it somehow took a 2D, like it took a game like Sonic and turned it into an open world experience that that kind of worked. I feel like it doesn't get enough compliments for that. The last two areas could have been stronger. Yeah, I can see that. Something about Sonic games feel like it feels like the universe doesn't allow them to ever be perfect, and that there always has to be something wrong with them to some extent. I don't know if that's 100% true for every Sonic game, but it feels like the universe it doesn't allow Sonic to be perfect. It doesn't allow Sonic to be like, the universe doesn't allow it. All right, let's finish our storage this morning before we go and do some designing. We'll not finish it, but let's continue. Yeah, I don't know if what I'm trying to say is that Sonic, weirdly enough, not weirdly enough, but didn't get enough development time. I think that's what I'm kind of trying to say, is that it just didn't get enough development time. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like the last two areas were rushed, right? I kind of felt that a little bit as well. I think that Sonic Frontiers was a pretty full experience if you consider the cyber zones. I think the cyber zones were very fleshed out, but the open world itself needed some more work. Yeah. Yo, good morning, Dat Baby and Spicy Sin Bun. Good to see you today. All right, for now, let's just put all these CDs in here so that we can grab everything else. I guess I keep the mysterious goggles. All right, we're gonna keep the music out here for now. Eventually, it's coming down into the secret base. I want to create a DJ room. I want to create like a DJ room and have all of the music items in there. Since I'm kind of a music buff in real life, I feel like it would be fitting. Trap Rotom in it? Yeah, sure. I don't know if we have to trap him though. We could just do it nicely. Thank you, Cozy, for the gifted sub to Planet Kitties. Thank you very much for the stream streaks as well. Appreciate the 115. And yeah, all my sound effects and stuff might be broken today. I'm not sure if anybody tried to use them, but I had some tech issues this morning, so a bunch of my stuff might be broken. I have to do some repair work today. I didn't realize how much work I needed to do. So we have a pretty bare bones stream today, so sound effects and stuff might be busted, just a heads up. I'm just happy that I got my camera working and I have a chat on the screen. That's all I could do. That's all I could offer. I just love talking about gaming. Yeah, same here. It was nice. It was a nice chat. And I think that I agree in the end that a game's release state shouldn't take away from the merits in which the game was rebuilt into. I agree with that, by the way. I after thinking about it for a couple more minutes, I wanted to just say that real quick. Because we had this conversation before about No Man's Sky, actually. An individual actually came into my chat while I was playing No Man's Sky and got mad at me. If you could believe that. And he was like, I can't believe we're supporting games that release in terrible states and pretend like it's an okay thing to happen. And like, he was like genuinely like mad at me. It was a weird encounter. And he was like, this makes me sick to my stomach. Like, he was like freaking out kinda. And we were like, dude, like, it's been 10 years. Like, the game's come a long way. And then like, there's also some trivia around No Man's Sky where like we found out that the development cycle was actually like super tragic, and they had like a flood that destroyed like a bunch of their work. And like, it actually wasn't necessarily just their fault. Like, yeah, they maybe talked the game up a little too much, and maybe it was like a masterclass in overselling. But like, at the end of the day, there's actually some lore that really indicates that some of that stuff was out of their hands, and that we could maybe in this scenario give them a little bit of grace, and that it wasn't like all malicious. It wasn't like they were purposefully, overselling this game. And the person just like wasn't having it. They were like super like frustrated. And in that conversation, I defended No Man's Sky. I was like, nah, man. While I do respect that games releasing in buggy states is pretty frustrating, it's like nobody told you that you needed to pre-order that. Like, if you're mad because you like pre-ordered it or something, like if you're mad because you were like disappointed, that's fine. Like, you're allowed to be disappointed, but like, it's not like you can't just get a refund. You know what I mean? Like, if there's a problem, there's a problem. That's like going to the store, right, and buying a lawnmower, and the lawnmower breaks on you. So now it's like you're gonna go to the outside of the store, and anybody who walks in to buy the lawnmower, you're gonna be like, what are you doing buying this lawnmower? This thing was defective. I hate this company. I hate lawnmowers. This company is trash. How dare you support them? Like, or you just so happen to get a defective lawnmower, dude. Like, it's fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I did respect the dude though, because I do feel strongly about the current state of like, release it now and fix it later. I do think that is a problem, for the record. I do think that is a problem. Like, release it now, fix it later is a little bit of a disgusting trend, in my opinion. And I do think that we should like not necessarily like be a fan of it. We should choose our battles. That's what I think. I think we should pick our battles. Like, I think we should pick our battles. I think that if a game is willing to put the effort in to fix it, we should uplift that game. And we should say, okay, you made a mistake for whatever reason, the publisher, incompetence, whatever, the game didn't release, and now you fixed it. Thank you. We can all move on. And I think it should be acknowledged that you did the right thing. You fixed the game. Cool. You know, but then like if for some reason a game releases that's like in a terrible state and you don't want to support it, that's also cool. Right? Like that should, yeah, okay. All right. You know what? You're just not going to lean in this time. You're not going to buy it. You're just not going to be a fan of it. All right. Don't support it then. You know, I think we should just pick our battles and we should just navigate it like case by case is what I'm saying. I'm presenting the case by case option. I think the case by case option is something that should be considered. All right. I think I have a place for Ash. I think I have a place for Beach Sand. I'm tired of early access. Me too, man. What up, nerdy lady? Me too, dude. Good morning, YouTube, by the way. If you're enjoying the conversation, hit that like button over there and hit that follow button if you're hanging out here on Twitch. The people who waited long term are rewarded a clean game and half the price. Yeah, like the industry is conditioning gamers to not buy games on release, which is a weird conditioning. Which is a super weird thing that they're doing. Like whether it's intentional or not, like that's what's happening. Gamers are totally getting conditioned to just wait because, as Fliptoast said, most of the time you get a better game. Right? Most of the time, if you wait, you get a better game. It's half the price. Meanwhile, anybody who tries the game out on release gets screwed, right? It's like, it's weird. It's weird that they're just like, yeah, just don't even play our game right away. You know, whatever. Pokopia had a beautiful release. Yeah, it had a little bit of bugs, I guess. People reported, but it wasn't a lot, right? Dang, I thought I had more chests down here. I'm gonna need a couple more. I don't need to go too hard though. Let's go craft a couple more. That's why I wait to play some games. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I do agree with that though. I'm not a big fan of the we'll fix it later mentality, but I'm also not so upset that, I guess I'm forgiving because I grew up in such a crusty era of gaming. I guess I'm actually kind of forgiving. You know, it's like when a hostage is like comfortable being a hostage after a while. It's like, because man, we grew up playing games on like the Sega Genesis, and like when the game was buggy, you just kind of dealt with it. Like I bet you, I'm gonna say something that's probably a hot take from a guy who never played the game, but I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say this. I bet you Cyberpunk wasn't even that bad on release. I bet you it was totally playable. I bet you it was totally playable, and it was probably over exaggerated. I bet. If I had to guess, dude, I bet you it was fine. I bet you it was like messy and it was like a nightmare, and some people probably had some terrible situations, but I bet you it was playable. Because like, dude, I grew up playing games that were like that 24/7. Like that was just the game. That was just what you did. You just navigated trash to enjoy the highlights of the game. You know, no, like, I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not really that put off by bugs and stuff. I could care less, man. Just the occasional weird bug, yeah. I grew up with games that had game-breaking bugs in them, and you just lived with it because there was no patches or updates. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, older gamers are more accepting, and like younger gamers are getting mad at us. Younger gamers are getting mad at us because we, as older gamers, we don't care. Like, this is happening to the Pokemon community. The Pokemon community, here's the thing about Pokemon, right? Pokemon is either kids who don't care because they're kids and they just want to play games, or it's millennials who don't care because we grew up playing buggy games. And I find this hilarious because then there's a bunch of like angry gamers out there, right? Who are like, you guys need to stop accepting slop. Like, Pokemon gamers just accept whatever they're given. And it's like, no, you don't realize it's not that we just accept whatever we're given. It's that we're not a bunch of whiny, complaining babies, for better or for worse. We just don't care. We just don't care. Like, sorry to the 20 and to 30-year-olds who are like fighting the good fight for like solid game releases, when like most of us are just like hanging out playing games. like we're just like, whatever, dude. Like, whatever, man, sorry, dude. And they're like mad at us. They're like, oh, but if you guys would just stop buying the games, then like they'll get better. And it's like, dude, they're so much better than they were growing up. Who cares, right? Like, the people who grew up playing Pong are like, what do you mean? They're way better. There used to be 3 pixels on the screen. Now we have like illustrious worlds to travel. Like, why do I care? You know, it's like gaming is always going to be better in our eyes. It's like, whatever, dude. You know, it's like, I grew up playing, like, dude, Sonic Adventure 1 is one of my favorite games of all time. Did any of you play Sonic Adventure 1 on the Sega Dreamcast? Holy heck, was that game a nightmare. Like, that game was a night. You were falling through the world. It was a nightmare. I loved it, man. Still, I would go back and play it by choice. I would go back and play the game by choice if I had the option right now on the Sega Genesis in all of its buggy glory. I see the argument for boycotting bad games. Yeah, I agree. No, like jokes aside, dude, there really is a problem with release it now and fix it later. And thankfully this problem is mostly in like live service and stuff, that where it's a problem, because at least in single player, a lot of times these bugs get fixed, they get addressed, even if it's like a year after release. And since it's a single player game, it doesn't necessarily matter if the game is popular at this point. These companies are really just kind of shooting themselves in the foot. Like somebody mentioned Monster Hunter earlier, right? Because like, if you picked up the new Monster Hunter, you might have been super put off.
Cheers, yay, my sub is finally,
you know,
clap.
But they eventually like figured out the problem with the lag and with the de novo and all that. And now the new Monster Hunter is like very playable on PC. And now you could go back and you can play it. And just like Fliptoast said, if you were unlucky enough to play it on release, you might be pretty salty. You might be pretty mad. You might have already got a refund. You might have paid full price. But if you sat back and just relaxed, then like, you probably have a pretty good game in front of you to play. And that's kind of frustrating for those of you that, you know, picked it up on release, you know, like, kind of sucks. I think there is a problem there, you know. I think that shouldn't really be how the gaming industry is, but obviously we blame the publishers, right? And all of the fat cats and all of the CEOs and all the clowns that don't even know anything about gaming, right? Like, yo, speaking of gaming conversation, thank you, Atomic Potato, for 21 months. Thank you, Cozy, for the gifted to Planet Kitties. The thing is like, speaking of gaming conversation, did y'all hear about Stop Killing Games finding some success in Europe? Speaking of like these gaming companies like taking advantage. Stop Killing Games making progress. I'm so proud, dude. I'm so proud. Europe is always doing the right thing for the consumers. At least, like, not always, but like they're very often implementing laws and stuff for consumers, which is pretty cool to see. What's up, Renrier? Welcome to the show. I judge the games that look like garbage, but that's as far as I go. There are way more priorities I have than fighting a gaming company. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with judging, man. There's nothing wrong with sharing your opinion and judging and all that stuff, you know? I think that being hypercritical about stuff is not healthy, but like, you know, I'm not going to sit here and try to tell someone how to live. I do think that being hypercritical does the opposite of what people want. I will say that. Like, if I had one conversation to have with gamers, it wouldn't be not to criticize, and it wouldn't be not to fight the good fight. It would be to pick your battles a little bit better, because the trend isn't working. Like, you can't just go out there and just beat up every single game that comes out that you don't like. You're not really providing a healthy conversation and real feedback. At that point, we're not getting to a real solid moment where we can discuss something and like have a real conversation. Also, welcome in Raiders. At that point, you're just flinging, you're just like, you know, you're just like at Monkey Island at the Cleveland Zoo throwing poo at the viewers. Like, just you're not actually having a conversation. You're not going out and you're saying this was bad about this game and this should be better. You're just, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. It's like, dude, can we have a real conversation? Like, yeah, like it needs to be productive. And that's the one thing I ask of the gamers. Like, get out there and criticize. Do it, please. Please, dude. Let's make a better space for gamers. But like, let's not get to the point to where, you know, it's unproductive. Like, it doesn't do anything for it. At that point, the companies are now getting mad. You know what I mean? Like, which is good. I guess what I mean to say is, like, I feel like, you know, it's bad when you have developers speaking up and like sad, because the developers aren't even the problem. And I see a lot of that and I get really sad. I feel like, you know, it's really bad when you see developers speaking up and they're like, we did everything we could, you know, but like, it was just like forced out, and like now the gamers hate it, and like we put our blood and our soul and our tears into this, and like meanwhile like the developers are like getting like death threats when they're not even the one that like made the decision. It's like okay, we're not being productive anymore. As gamers, we stopped being productive a while ago, and we're just like attacking people for no reason. And it's like, dude, like, can we please have a real conversation? Like a nice, healthy, productive conversation. Like, you know, the conversation to the Pokemon company should have been less screaming that they're releasing bad games and more asking why. What's happening, Pokemon company? Can you please come and talk to us? And if they don't talk to us, then you keep pushing for conversation, you know, so on and so forth. Like, it's just a whole thing. But I agree with Tim Tater. I don't actually have enough effort in me to care to like, I'm just playing games, dude. I'm just chilling. Yeah, Pokemon Company, who hurt you? Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's like, so then once you start having a productive conversation and you stop just like screaming at stuff, then you can really start to have a conversation of, well, should we be boycotting? So the reason I brought this up and I went into this quick little rant was I wanted to go back to that. I wanted to circle back to that because, yeah, then once you start having a conversation, let's say you sit down and you say, Pokemon Company, talk to us. They don't. And you say, Pokemon Company, fix yourself. And they don't. And after that happens a certain amount of times, then you sit down and say, hey, everybody, should we be accepting this? And then maybe people can start coming to the conclusion themselves that we need to stop buying these games. But until the person comes to that conclusion themselves, you can't force them to come to that conclusion. That is the problem with modern gaming anger. Is it's a bunch of people trying to force a bunch of other people to think a certain way. You can't do that. You have to just provide a space for people to come to their own conclusions by having like open conversations. You know, if you really hate Pokemon, you should be asking people, why do you enjoy Pokemon? and then have a conversation with them, you know, and be like, hey, well, if this is the reason why you like Pokemon, have you considered other games in the same genre? Have you considered like this side of the conversation? Wouldn't you want a future where your favorite Pokemon games are better than they are now? And once you start to like get someone to think about it, they might come to the conclusion themselves, like, wait a second, you're right, we are getting screwed. And then like from there, it's like you can make progress. But the individual has to come to the conclusion that they're being screwed. You can't just tell them that they're being screwed, because that makes people defensive. Nobody likes being told that they're being screwed, like openly and like publicly. Like that's like, you learn that in management. Anybody here manage people? I managed like 15, 20 people, and one of the first things I learned was that you cannot reprimand in public. Why is that a rule? Think about that. So why do we think that reprimanding somebody's gaming habits in public is ever going to be effective? That's not going to work, man. You can't just like yell at somebody on Twitter and be like, yo, stop buying Pokemon games. Like, nah, man, like that's not going to help. If anything, you're going to make them buy more Pokemon games out of spite. I know, because I'm that petty. I'll go buy 2 Pokemon games for just for you, because you told me not to go buy it. Like, I know what it's like to be petty. If you come at me and you're like, you're the problem, I'm gonna buy an extra copy for you, and just to make sure that your copy was purchased, whether or not, just to make sure Pokemon companies getting their support. So don't come at me like that. You know what I mean? Like, instead, we should be having real conversations. You know, like real conversations. Like, just chill, chat with them, and be like, hey, man, like, maybe we could have a better game. Like, you know, one of the first conversations I ever saw that made me like question something with the Pokemon company, outside of my own like opinions that I had already developed, it was just like this, where I was like chatting with somebody, and for some reason they were like picking my brain, and then they just asked me a question, and the question was something along the lines of like something along the lines of just like, you know, what do you think like the best Pokemon game of all time would ever look like? And then we were like discussing like what would I want from like the best Pokemon game. And then after I sat there and I like elaborated on what I thought the best Pokemon game ever would be, I was like, yeah, dude, this would be so sick. Right? Then the person went, now ask yourself why we don't have that yet. And I paused and was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know enough about game development. And like we kept chatting, but they planted this seed in my brain. And I was like, yeah, why don't we? Like, I couldn't help it. I was like, why don't we have like these wonderful, like these games, like these, like stuff that is so doable? Like, why haven't they done this yet? Like, what's going on? And it stuck with me, dude. And I kept thinking about it, and I couldn't stop thinking about it for a while. And that was when I was like, we are being shortchanged. And that was the conclusion I came to. I was like, actually, I think that a lot of people are right. Like, we are being shortchanged as Pokemon fans. Like, we really are. Like, sometimes they hit it, but more often than not, then they miss. And I think that in a lot of cases, like, we could be asking more from these companies, especially, and you know, and that was a conclusion I came to on my own. I'm not sharing it for anyone to disagree with. I don't care. Like, that was just a conclusion I came to it on my own time. It's like, actually, man, I do kind of feel like we could be getting a little more. And I was like, huh. And you know, and like, that was a productive conversation. You know, that made me think on my own for a moment there. In Game of Thrones, they walked people who disagreed They were wrong, naked down to the center of the whole city while ringing a bell, yelling shame publicly. It seemed effective. I mean, I love the idea of public shaming, but we don't have a big city to have people walk through and everyone stare at you. Like, I kind of wish we brought back that era of shaming. You know what I'm like? Yeah, just we don't have anything good for that, unfortunately. Yeah, dude, we just don't. You know? Shame, ring the bells of shame. Yeah, we just don't unfortunately have the systems anymore to pull that off, you know? Twitter's that kind of place? Yeah, but like, you don't feel the effects of being shamed on Twitter. You can just like hide the message or like delete it. You know what I mean? I wish people could have a more productive conversation. Yeah, that's why it's important to have spaces like what we've created here, is because here we can have productive conversations. And then it's all about like the individuals and the small little spaces that we have. Because then in these little small spaces, we can have conversations, and then we can slowly but surely get people to start deciding for themselves how they feel about the gaming industry. And like, so yeah, that's why I like talking about this stuff personally, because it's just nice to have like to have an open conversation where people can feel comfortable and share their opinion and know that they're not going to be personally attacked for it, right? Like, people can feel comfortable in this chat to be like, actually, I love Pokemon and here's why, and we're not going to personally attack you for it. And that's the first step to being able to have a good conversation, is a space where you're not personally attacked for your opinion. That's literally the first step. And that's why I love what I do for a living, right? Because like that's what you do. You have a space where people aren't personally attacked for being honest and saying, yeah, I love Pokemon. I play it every day. That's what I do. I do it for a living. I love it. I'm going to play it every day. I love Nintendo. And there's nothing wrong with that. I shouldn't be shamed for that. You know? Yo, thank you, Neo, for the 51 months. Good to see you today, Neo. And thank you again, Atomic Potato. Thank you again, Atomic. I hope you're doing well, buddy. I'm a part of the Pokemon problem. Yeah, right. We all pick our battles. It comes down to individual. And that's like a good place to move on from the conversation, because that's where this conversation has gone in that direction before. It always comes down to you picking your own battles and just being aware of like what's going on around the gaming industry, and then just picking your battles. If you're a Pokemon fan, you're a Pokemon fan. Who cares? Now, am I going to support microtransactions? Not really. Have you guys ever wondered why I don't play gacha games, really? Well, the truth is that it's not just because I don't like gacha games. It's because I don't want to support gacha games. But that's a personal thing. I don't talk about it, but that's why. I don't really support gacha microtransaction stuff, really. Every once in a while I'll play a game and I'll do some microtransaction-y stuff, but like I just don't really support it. It's just not my bag. And that's where I do my own little battle. My battle's over there. I'm fighting that stuff. Personally, I'm fighting that stuff. But over here, I'm still playing Nintendo. I'm still playing Pokemon. I bought Mario Kart World physically. I'll say it out loud. I bought physical Mario Kart World. I spent the $80. I wanted to have a physical game, so I paid for it. I bought physical Mario Kart World. I also bought physical Cyberpunk. So I supported Cyberpunk for putting out a full on-the-cart game, and for putting a lot of work into making Cyberpunk work really well on the Switch 2. And then I also bought Mario Kart World for my own personal reasons, because I just wanted to own the game. So you see how I right in that example, I picked my battles. While I didn't battle Nintendo and I spent the $80, I basically bent over for the pineapple. I did support Cyberpunk and CD Projekt Red because I thought what they did was amazing. Pick your battles. You know what I mean? Like, it's that simple. I was the problem simultaneously and the solution all in one. I'm a walking duality. Yeah, we got a birthday in the chat today. Oh, all right. Happy birthday, Neo. Happy birthday, Neo. Yo, how you gonna spend your birthday today? Nice. We almost cleared all of our outside storage up. In fact, let's just go ahead and clear the rest up right now. Let's move our CDs. I keep forgetting that I can punch these chests. Let's do it for once. Nice. Very similar to Minecraft. You can just punch the chest and it drops everything. And you can just suck it all up. You just suck it all up, dude. All right, I'm going to be mad that I'm not organizing this stuff right away, but that's a problem for future me. I just wanted to clear those chests from upstairs. I just want to clear those chests from upstairs. I think we got a warmer day today. Nice. Thank you, Cozy, again for that gifted sub. Planet Kitties and I have gotten into a lot of gaming discussions, so I didn't mind kind of like focusing on their comment a little bit heavier. But seriously, shout out to Planet Kitties for being a good sport, and anybody. You know, I'm never looking to like make anybody feel uncomfortable, and I think that when when you are the single person being talked to by a streamer, that can feel a little awkward, especially in a discussion that's like filled with opinions, and that can spike some people's anxiety. Listen, I'm a millennial. Everything spikes our anxiety. So I just want to quickly say thank you. And I wanted to make it clear that like, I don't do that too often. And I really like to do that only with people that I'm pretty comfortable with. If that would have been anybody else, I would have just moved on. But Planet Kitties is somebody I know I can have a solid conversation with. And like, it's gonna end up positive because like, they're not thinking too hard about my words. They know I'm not personally attacking them. You know, all that weird stuff that happens when you, interact on the internet sometimes. So I just want to say that. Thank you. What are the CDs for? They're for playing music, either in stereos or with DJ Rotom. That's a problem for future me. Story of my life. All right, we need to bring some nature with us because now it's time that we... Honestly, we could start with the Lepa berry trees as well. I don't know if we're using tulips, but let's just bring all of our nature with us. And let's do some designing, and then if we have time today, I think we're going to go to the Cloud Island, but we might save that for tomorrow. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, let's just bring it all. Oops. Nice. Well, I hope you enjoy your relaxation today, Neo, for your birthday. Hope you enjoy your relaxation. All right, anything else in here? All right, nature stuff acquired. And then let me grab some of this stuff. We might need some boulders. We might need a tree stump or two. That's probably all we'll need out of here. Maybe some stone debris. And then as far as fences go, I think we're done with fences for now. I might use some wooden fencing for some cute little park designs. Maybe some metal fencing. All right, I'll grab this stuff. And then why don't we grab some Pokemetal and do some crafting? Because I think I'm going to want to craft some of those leaf arched barriers with some rare Pokemetal. I can't understand why that people enjoy the Zelda series. That's okay. I can't understand why people could enjoy the username Shadows Benji with the blue tag on Twitch. You know, I guess we just don't understand everything in life. Huh? Huh? Yes, I've always said that Zelda's super niche, dude. I've always said that. Yeah, I'm a big proprietor of the conversation that like Legend of Zelda is just a very niche experience, man. It's not for everybody. That fighting words. All right, let's do 10 more. Let's do 20 leaf. I don't want to do too many. Let's just do 10. I gotta go farming some rare Pokemetal. Yo, have a good day, Alto Girl. Did you see the 15-second teaser drop for TCG Pocket? Yeah, aren't we supposed to get a trailer today to follow it up? I did see that. Yeah, Mega Lucario's on the way is what we're all predicting, huh? Mega Luca? All right, well, I'm sure we forgot something, but I'm sure we forgot something. What's up, Relic Cry Cry? Good to see you today. And thanks for the follows coming in. We also had a bunch of offline follows this week. Someone out there is thinking about me or my YouTube content's doing stuff. Either way, thank you sincerely, everybody. I appreciate that. Good morning, Renee, by the way. I didn't say good morning to you, but I was reading your messages. Good morning, Nerdy Lady, by the way. Good to see you today. And July Joels. Little Gooseums. Oh, I left my leaf fences in the printer. Frick. I knew I was going to forget something, Peach Blossoms. But that's the worst possible thing to forget. That's... I didn't get into Zelda games until I was 40. Yeah, the Zelda games are niche, man. Zelda franchise is super niche. I think the only reason that people think that Zelda's not niche is because of how popular Breath of the Wild got. If we don't get a good morning from Hylian, are we still allowed to have a good day? Yeah, you sure are. Just make sure that if you want a good morning that you say hello. Jump in, say, do an @Hylian Descent. You can get a good morning from me, sure. How you doing, Jermil? Like, why can we leave stuff behind in the printer? For role-playing purposes. Yo, good morning, Town Off. Monet Monet. Monet Mo. Monet Monet. Yeah, no worries, Jermil. Appreciate you, dude. I just saw the full trailer for Pocket TCG. It came out an hour ago. Yeah, I thought so. I thought it was already out. Mega Lucario and Mega Sceptile are featured. A single pack again? What's up with them, man? The single packs are Sag. Thanks again for the advice, by the way. Oh, Relic Cry Cry, no worries, dude. Yeah, no worries. Monemo. Have you tried Tamagotchi Life yet? Yo, good morning, Tater Tot Soup. Yeah, chat room, have you tried Tamagotchi Life yet? Thank you, Rachie, for the gifted to Jermil. Appreciate the support coming in here. Good morning, Tam Perpetrator. Oh, nice. We got some water spots. I'm glad that we added all the fresh water here so we can get some water spots here. We should probably go do our Snorlax buff if we're going to do this. Somebody said that they made me and they made a generic version of a babe on their Tamagotchi Life Island. Who was that this morning? You said you made me and then you made like a generic version of my babe. It was you, UMT. Nice. I hope the tea's going well over there. That's pretty funny too. Oh, nice. We got the neon flooring recipe. Nice. Well, at least we got a recipe. All right, I need to pull up my reference sheet real quick. My computer's in a weird state of disarray right now. So not all of our normal features and stuff. The stream's a little broken today, okay? We're here for a good time, not for a quality time. Where's it at? Where did I put, here it is. Pokemon stuff here. All right. We got our reference sheet here real quick. So how do I want to approach this? So first off, we need to print more of these bushes and these flowers right here. I would like a lot more of these. Oh, let me go see what I need to print them. Bam, 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 bam. All right, stylish hedge. All right, I don't need this anymore either. Stylish hedge and dandy flowers. All right. We're going to need more of these, and these are probably going to take a bunch of rare Pokemetal. So I think we're going Pokemetal farming today. I put my psychiatrist in the game for fun. Yo, we got a first-time sub from Ottercat. Dude, thank you, man. Dude, that was super cool. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support today. Thank you, everybody. Feels good to be back after my days off. All right, let's do like a little cute... I don't want to do like another bench area over here, I think. Let me think for a second. I could extend this flower patch down. I don't know if I want to do the benches again. I think I will go ahead and do the benches again, though. All right, so here, let me write down these notes so I don't forget what I need here. All right, so I need some iron benches. I think I want to do like a little play area with a slide. I wasn't planning on doing that originally, but I'm really starting to think that I might do a little play area with like a slide in a sandbox or something. I think all those items exist. All right, what do I want to do with this right here? So we have a building that we have to create. It would help if we started doing that. And then I suppose here I want to do... I wonder if I want to line the top half with bushes. I think I would like to do that. We need more square hedges. They're so expensive. Yeah, I suppose some sort of barrier here would actually be pretty nice. And I mean, it doesn't even have to be a full barrier of bushes. We could do like a fence between, or a different color bush here between, I'm thinking. And then maybe one just right here next to the street lamp. Yo, do you have the growth ability, Paris? I might need you. Let's grab you. What's up, Exhaustion? How are you today? I don't know if Paris has the growth ability. They're like a bug poison type? Maybe they don't. Okay. I wish there was a way to like not have to open the Pokedex up to see their ability. That'd be nice. All right. You could be on your way, Paris. She might be a search type. Bug grass. She just might not have growth then. She's a little mushroom forager. And then we have to figure out, I want to have a space here to these flowers. Or I guess what we do is we actually pick these flowers up here. Let's do this. Yo, dog.
Has a grip on my soul. HDSIPH day wiggle.
Dude, you ain't alone there. You ain't alone there, dude. Yo, good morning. Welcome to the show, dog. Thank you again, Ottercat. Welcome in here, dude. I hope you're enjoying the show. I'm not sure if you're new out there or if you've been lurking on us for a little while. Either way, using that prime here really means a lot to me, dude. That's looking so good. Oh, thank you. We're just getting our decorating in today. I know we started off yapping and doing a little storage arrangement, but wow, perfect. I couldn't have asked for a more perfect arrangement here, I suppose. Just enough. And then what bushes do I put between? Yo, thank you, dog, for the 8, baby. So what bushes do we put between the red? Red and stylish, maybe? Or do we go with the pink? Or do we maybe do a tall flower? We could actually do like a red tulip. Or a red rose. Do we want this place to feel like super official? Let's see what the roses look like first. All right, or let's do tulips. Actually, I have an even better idea. Whoa, a first time primer from Evil Pirate Duck as well. I have an even better idea. Y'all, I'm about to turn this on its head. I know exactly what we're about to do. We need to go really quick. We need to go back. Really quick, we need to go back and grab some materials from the base. Another pirate person. All right, here we go. Off to Castle Town. Let's grab Pokemetal, rare Pokemetal, iron benches, craft a couple more iron benches, and then let's make some pots, some planters. I wish I had a good way for getting tons of honey. It's great for exchanging in the center shop. Honey is a little bit rare to come by. And at a certain point, I was almost hurting for honey. I'll be real, at a certain point I was kind of hurting for honey, and then now not so much. Honey has become a little bit more abundant. But at a certain point, the honey game was feeling kind of rough. All right, let's go ahead and change up our jams. Let's go ahead and change up our jams this morning. We'll do another Windows album for now. No, let's do something a little bit more lighthearted. Let's get plugged in. We'll let this rotate once. Oh, more of my flowers, more seeds. Let's grab all this nature. That's what I get for not organized. Ooh, 15 pointy trees. Don't mind if I do. We need all that stuff. There, I knew I had some iron benches in here. That's actually what I was looking for. Perfect. I think I'd like to use the Chansey plant somewhere. Maybe a sign, maybe one more signpost. We might end up using the slide. I don't think I want to use arrow signs. Maybe some regular wooden benches. I'll grab a chest and we'll put it down so we can start leaving stuff in Fuchsia and we don't have to keep hunting. Oh, more planters. Perfect. All right, we don't need any more wooden siding. We crafted way too much of that. I don't think we need any more of the stone brick walls. Oh, I did want to start building that house, so let's grab some regular dirt. We'll build the house with the regular dirt first, then we'll figure out what materials we need for it. Like some white siding and some green roof is what we're actually gonna need. All right, sick. Was that everything? Oh, Pokemetal. Oh, that was an accident. Do. And then I might need to come and copy the last two. Oh no, I already have them copied. The last two wildflowers. I was gonna say but I actually already have the last wildflowers copied. Yeah, we're good in that department. I was already taking pictures of them. Yeah, here it is. The red, the orange, and the purple. Let's do 5 more of these. I made Fuchsia into the woods. Nice. I was thinking about doing a wood sign. I'm thinking I'm going to do my classic forest maybe at Pewter. I haven't decided, but I would love... I'm going to have a lot of forest in the current build that we're doing, so... But you know I have... If I'm going to be designing, you know I have to do something forest-like. All right, 5 of each of these flowers to continue our flower journey. And then stylus hedges. Let's do 10 more of these. I don't think I need much more than that. No, they don't, Shay Bip. Unfortunately, yeah, just no, they don't. All right, then we need a lot of dandelions, unfortunately. Let's do like 20. Yikes. All right, looks like we need to go farming Pokemetal. Yo, good morning, Lights. Come on, and Lillian. Good to see y'all back here. All right, I think I'm gonna need more square hedges. How many hats do you own? Like 10 or so? About 10 or so. Oh, also, let me just go through my furniture chest and just see if there's anything that makes me feel like a natural woman. I mean, you know what, you know. Maybe this, maybe this. Ooh, maybe a little water basin or something. You make me feel. You make me feel. All right, the next Prime sub we get, I'll sing the Twitch Prime version of You Make Me Feel. I'm gonna stop right there. I'm cutting it off. I'm putting a paywall on it. I'm gonna tease y'all. What up, Freddie? Good to see you today, dude. Do we want to do a little picnic area? That actually would be adorable. Let's do a Hoppip picnic area, maybe. Let's maybe do a Hoppip picnic area. Bam, bam, bam. Yo, Shay Bip with a 20-month primer. Yo, what's up? You made that Twitch Prime makes me feel. That Twitch Prime makes me feel. That Twitch Prime makes me feel like a natural streamer. There you go. I hope it was worth it. Thank you, Eli. There it is. You make me feel like a natural streamer. What did I log into? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. Ten out of 10 off the charts. Okay, don't gas me up that much, chat room. Come on now. You guys want to see my head inflate? Because it's working. We're inflating. We're inflating. This is why we keep coming back. Man, some days it's a good thing I work with headphones in because my coworkers would have questions and ovations. Questions and ovations. Glazing isn't illegal. What's up, Process Co. Blackthorns? You're almost into the Skylands? Nice, dude. Are you enjoying this game? I love that some of y'all are like just picking it up or just are taking your time, or I love that some of y'all are still kind of getting through the story and that you have a bunch of game left to enjoy. Like, that's super cool to me. And I also love that a bunch of us are like in endgame mode and like decorating and doing cool stuff like that. I forgot to bring the blanket for the picnic. Because I don't have a chest for that yet. But this is where we could actually do the picnic. We could actually do the picnic like right here. That would actually be adorable. And we might even be able to put these items on the wall. We can. Right, so this actually is going to be super cute. We're going to do a little... We're going to do like a little picnic area here using the Hop-Ip stuff. I'll just put this stuff down for now, so I remember what I'm doing over here. We'll use the Hop-Ip stuff here. That sounds fun to me. I wonder if I should match the other side. I think I will. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. I have a question about your songs. Did the Empanada song come from Stardew Valley? It did. Yeah, we were just playing Stardew Valley, and I don't know, just I think I was hungry. I think we were just playing Stardew Valley and I was hungry, and that's the story. That's the story of Oh, I didn't have to print so many of these. Oops. So the wasteland for me, my main base area is Pallet Town. My main base area is Pallet Town. This area for me is my first decoration project. Yeah, this is my first decoration project here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. So what did you decide to stick between the bushes? Oh, I'll show you. All right, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna go for the height. I think the height is the play. Let's see if this works. Something like this. Still think my favorite is Sorry This Ain't The Sims. Something like this. Do you prefer builds that are more flat like this? No, not necessarily at all. This is 100% just flat because of the recreation. Everything around it's going to be very hilly and mountainy and foresty. This area is just real open and flat because we're doing a recreation essentially. Yeah. Ties into the brick fence. Yeah, this feels good. I think we're going to do the same thing all the way with the other side. We just need to craft some more of these. Bam, 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 bam. And then I need to decide, do I want to actually put, what do I want to put here? All right, we'll figure that out later. Let's just use the rest of our planters. Yeah, some lamps or something. An archway, some kind of... We could build an archway with bricks or something cute. I don't know, we'll figure that out. One step at a time here. Yeah, I think this will work. I think this will work really well. This is going to be fun. And then that's going to kind of separate these areas a little bit. They're not meant to be really separated because so the truth is that this area was all supposed to be one level. But as I started designing this, I realized that I didn't want to have to flatten everything. I just didn't want to do that. I didn't want to have to flatten everything all the way back. So I decided, well, instead of flattening stuff, why don't I just add a little bit of texture? Why don't I just add a couple little like step ups? And now we're kind of free. We're kind of like free forming. This is starting to step away decently heavy from the original concept of Fuchsia City, but it's still gonna overall look and feel like that Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee Fuchsia, but it's totally, by the end of it, gonna be my own creation, which, to be fair, that was my goal from the beginning. I always wanted this to be my own creation, so I'm not at all put off by it, but I will say this is gonna be a bit different from what I'm like originally going off of. But we have so much space to take advantage of. I have to do fun stuff like this. We just have so much more space than Fuchsia City originally had, is what I'm trying to say. All right, extending these flowers down. I don't know how far I'm going to be going down with these, but I'm probably going to have to do at least one more other row. One more row. One more row here. Maybe I just have these yellow bushes going straight up against the cliff here. I wasn't originally going to do that, but I think I will. I think that'll look nicer. Maybe. I actually don't know if I want to do that now that I think about it. Okay, we'll leave it for now. Looks good. Wants to pretend to be me and go to the doctor for me. Depending on why you're going, I don't know how useful that would be, but I'm game. It would be good for content. I'm game. It would be good for content. Why not? All right, and then don't I have like one set of seeds for that? I do, right here. And then we're actually going to use these little green shoots in between to add some texture to the grass that doesn't have anything in it, just like that. So that's how you can do like in between the flowers without having it just be one big flower bed. Right? Using the shoots. I love using the shoots. I think that'll look good once I'm done there. All right, sick. We do have to bring some Pokemon here to get their homes, but we'll wait a little longer. We have already started moving Pokemon here though. Like we did move Vespiquen and Combee to live here in these patches of grass. For now. We'll see how we try to maybe navigate decorating for them. I'd like to get as close to a perfect home as possible for them, which is going to be a little hard and requires more furniture. Oh, that's the worst. At least it wasn't anything too rare. All right. And then we have to decide if we want to do like a little park. If I'm gonna do a little park, it's gonna be behind me. More flowers here, All right, let me go and use these flowers real quick. Yeah, take a look at this project here. Take a look at this beautiful flower patch project we're working on. This bed of wildflowers. A full bed of wildflowers here. Dang, I need some more blue. The blue's actually pretty easy to come by. I just don't have any on me. So we'll save some space for blue here. The wildflowers are my favorite. Yeah, dude, I love them. Do another blue, another orange here. Let's do some red. Let's do like a big patch of red here. Some purple. And then another blob of orange. What's up, Sith Angel? Hey, and let's go to the other side. Because we have no orange over here. And then we could use a little bit more blue here, maybe. For now, I'll just put a purple here. All right, nice. The wildflowers are coming together. This strip of wildflowers that's going to be back here behind these houses. I just want it to be a beautiful just nest of wildflowers. Now, my original design inspiration mostly just used the pink and white, but I decided to opt to use all the colors of wildflowers back here. And I'm hoping it looks good. I'm hoping it just looks super natural and maybe a little bit colorful. I'm not looking to like have it be too colorful, but I think from the way it looks right now, it might be a little extra colorful, but we'll see. We'll see what it looks like when I'm done. I also need flowers here. And I think some square hedges is what we want to do here. Just right next to the Poke Center like that. Something nice and cute. And then just some flowers. And then I haven't decided where I'm putting the rest of these square hedges. I don't know if I want to line this whole thing with square hedges or not. I don't think so. I also could put some of these here. This actually could look really good. Just the hedges going up, like I kind of like that. And then over here, I was gonna use some more as well, but I don't think so. I think I've changed my mind here. Yeah, I think I've changed my mind. I was gonna put some maybe right here, but I'm gonna leave this area blank, maybe just flowers. No, you just have to take a picture of them and reprint them, we're pretty sure. We're pretty sure it's just the process of pictures and printing. Just put these hedges in the between. Just put that hedge right there. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I could be doing more with this here. Maybe just like something lining this path, like a fence or something like that, or just flowers. Are they rare Pokemetal? No, thankfully, the square hedges are regular Pokemetal. Thankfully. I believe. When you build Pokemon homes, do you design the inside how you want? When I design the Pokemon homes, I design based off of their list of favorites. So I go into this list right here and I design based off of their favorites list. It's like a little personal challenge to kind of create the perfect homes for them. All right, cool. And then I think we might do a little park right here. Some sort of little park right here could be super cute. Again, kind of taking a liberty here. Originally, this place was supposed to feel a little fancier than a park. So I wasn't sure how I felt about putting a park here, because I wanted this area to feel pretty fancy, pretty ritzy maybe. But I think we could fit like a little park in this area, and then we could maybe put some fence down around it. Maybe something like this. Rich people hate fun, correct. What up, Baxter? Right, and then we need to put some ladders on there. What? I can play with the sandbox? I didn't realize you could build sandcastles. This game's great. No, I've never seen a Pokemon play in the sand pit, no. Apparently I've been missing out. All right, boom. Something along these lines here. Anybody feel like we need more items in the game? I haven't really gotten that far as furniture goes. Yeah, originally I felt like there was plenty of furniture in the game, but the more I play it, the more I could see what you're saying. But I have yet to experience that myself. I am still pretty content, but I'm also just really starting to decorate, so. And actually, what I can do here is I can actually get rid of this bush. And I might be able to open this up one more, which I would prefer. I think we can open this up one more time. And then I might not use the wooden fences. They seem pretty... They're a little too rustic. I might just want to use more arched barriers. This feels a little too serious. You know, if I change the actual pattern below, like I'm gonna change the grass like in here. This will probably look better if I do that. All right, so we're not convinced that we like the fences here, but we'll figure that out later. I actually don't mind the wooden fence. I really don't. It's just a little too rustic. I bet you there's a better fence I could use. Yeah, there might be a rope one, right? Like there's probably something I could use that's better. I'm just gonna leave it like this for now because it doesn't matter. We'll come back. We're just kind of getting the foundation down here. But that looks a little bit nicer. Nice little park. And I could even pull this out one more. I think we can actually pull this out even further.
Good morning, fam.
Yeah, I was thinking painting as well. I don't want it to be too long. Like, that feels weird to me. Since I can't make it any wider, I don't want it to be too just like rectangular. I do want it to be a somewhat square shape. So this feels good. If I pull it out any further, it's going to start feeling long and a little weird. I don't want that. I want it to be a somewhat of a square space. So maybe one more space out, but probably not. Probably not. Yo, thank you, Pessimisaurus, for 39 months. Good morning. That's what she said. All right, so then we have our little park here. Now we have this building. Let's go ahead and put this building together fully so that we could start shaping it. All right. Do 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 do. In Fire Red, I just caught a docile Deoxys with the Master Ball, and it was the nature I was looking for. Nice. How do you even get that? Isn't that like an event? Oh, they opened up all the events in Fire Red, if I remember correctly. They made all the events available or something in the post game. There's also a bunch of really cool like stuff happening with Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green. They the community of gamers figured out how to kind of crack open the Switch version. And it's pretty cool what they're doing with it. They like some guy for example, some guy created a randomizer inside. Like a guy created a randomizer in the Switch version. There's a way that he set it up. So you have to go through this whole like arbitrary code execution, which is actually not too hard to set up. And then once you set it all up, you can like basically make it to where you're playing a randomizer, which is so rad that you could do that without emulation. You have to beat the Elite Four. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah. Why did it bump up like that? I didn't press it twice. Yikes, man. What up, M and Beyond? I gave away half my Pokemon card collection. Oof. Major regret sets in. Major regret. Don't worry, it happens to the best of us. I sold so many games and game consoles. If I still had every game that I ever purchased as a kid and all my Pokemon cards, I could very well be plus like $20,000-$30,000. Like maybe, probably closer to like 10,000, because like stuff values weird, and who knows if you can actually find a buyer for stuff. But like I'd probably be like plus 10 G's if I still had all my games and stuff from my childhood, because I can already name like 5 games off the top of my head that would equal $1,000 that I used to own, and that's just 5 games. right? Fire Emblem for GameCube. At one point I owned Chibi Robo briefly. Yeah, like if I still had all that stuff, dude, I'd be like probably positive 10 G's right now. It's funny though, because I wouldn't sell it if I had it still though. That's the funny part about that is I wouldn't sell it if I did have it right now. Not even close, dude. Man, is there a prefab that looks like this, Chad? I don't think there is. Is there by chance a prefab that looks like this? I don't think there is, right? I'm pretty sure I'm building this house myself. Like specifically the green roof. I really want the green roof. Specifically. Oh, can you can recolor them. You gotta dye the roof. So do you build it then dye it, or do you dye it then build it? Does that make sense? Skyland's house is the closest. Build it, then bring Schmeagol to it. But then he's gonna try to steal the one ring. So you're saying the city cottage kit, maybe? Bam, bam, bam. All right, I might just end up building it myself. I was just kind of curious. I was just curious what options I had. I think we build it ourselves. That's the risk you gotta take. Oh, Schmeagol, that's the risk, huh? Yeah, we're gonna build it. We're just gonna steal the roof directly off of this one. I'm just gonna steal, because we're gonna be deconstructing this house. So I'm just gonna steal the roof off of this one piece by piece. That's the risk you gotta take. Hobbitses. Schmeagol's lore is weird because he wasn't even a hobbit. He was like a weird halfling, basically, right? That's the roof to a T. Yeah, we're just gonna steal this roof. He was a hobbit, like, wasn't he? Like, he wasn't exactly a hobbit, I thought. He was like a different breed of hobbit. He wasn't the same breed of hobbit as Frodo. He was like a bigger one or something. Like there's something weird about the lore of Schmeagol. Yeah, like he wasn't exactly the same type of hobbit or something. I don't know. I don't remember. What's up, actual MVP? Maybe I'm misremembering. He could go into the water. Yeah, I think I remember reading that, like, his original form wasn't quite a hobbit. He was like some kind of other form of a hobbit or something, or like a halfling. Then he got corrupted. Yeah, I don't know. I thought I remember reading that he wasn't actually a normal hobbit. Yeah, he could swim, unlike other hobbits. That's where the lore was coming from. Ah, he was a different branch of hobbit. One of the 3 early hobbit types before the being corrupted by the... So he could swim. So he was a hobbit. He just was like a hobbit from a different city that learned how to swim, basically. Ah, okay. So he was just from a different area. Okay, I knew there was something about him that, like, I couldn't remember. He wasn't like a normal hobbit. So he was a normal hobbit. He was just from a different city. That's like me versus like somebody who grew up in the country, right? Like you got country boy humans who are really good at like doing certain things, and you got like, right, and then you got like city boy humans who like we got the street smarts, you know, like we know our way around the streets, cuzzo. Yeah, he was a country boy hobbit. He was, yeah, that's interesting. Okay, I couldn't remember exactly what it was, but the reason that it's important that to identify that he was different was because hobbits don't swim, but he was willing to swim. Like Shire hobbits don't swim. That was the thing that I was like. That's why it's important for those that care to know why it matters. Is because the story goes he was willing to jump into the water and swim, and like apparently hobbits don't do that. Well, it's not that hobbits don't do it, it's that some hobbits don't know how to swim. It's like something along those lines. But yeah, it's relevant. It's a relevant thing to mention, even if it's silly. You go to where he lives and there's a banjo playing in the background. Pretty much. Oh wait, no, we need another corner piece there. All right. See, we can just build on top of this random like dirt and stuff. It doesn't like really matter because we can just switch out the material later if we need to. But a lot of this is going to stay hidden by the roof, so it just doesn't really matter unless we want it to look different from the inside. That's where it would matter, is if we want it to look different from the inside.
Good morning, fam. Boy, I wish I had a Switch 2 to play this, haha. Much love, HD Greenheart H Discat Jam.
I think this game has a lot of staying power, so don't worry too much. Because I think this game's gonna be around for a while. So once you eventually get one, if you ever do, you'll be able to enjoy this beautiful game. What up, Snow Jojo? Randomly, I smelled McDonald's. Am I having is that the sign you're having a stroke? This game has legs for sure. I think that's Taco Bell. All right. Why the roof doesn't look like it's lined up properly? Did I mess up? Am I putting the roof tiles on wrong? I think I am. Okay, I think I messed up. Hold on. Let's try this again. Did you walk up to McDonald's and just give it a big whiff? Yeah, no. Nothing like that. I haven't had McDonald's in a while. I was out and about yesterday. On a day out on the town, but nothing like that. Over the past 2 days, I've just spent the past 2 days doing nothing but chores and tech stuff, and I dropped the ball because my whole stream setup is a nightmare today, so I still have a bunch of work left to do. But I pretty much spent the past couple of days just working, and then going on like walks. Lots and lots of wonderful walks. Oh, maybe I don't know. Does this maybe seem better? I don't know. I guess I can't decide what I want this roof to look like. Am I supposed to maybe match it up to the center and then rotate it maybe? This doesn't look bad though. I like this. This looks better than it did before, in my opinion. You didn't like the end of Pocopia? That's okay. It's one of those things like the Zelda franchise where they kind of just leave it open for interpretation. Yeah, they do that in Zelda. Zelda like is afraid to tell you a story. They want you to just think about it yourself. And for some people, that's like not as fun. It doesn't go all the way around. I'm not sure if So are you saying I should change something, or are you saying that I'm not going to be able to make it look good? I get it. It's nice to get some closure sometimes. Yeah. What's up, Vash? What up, Vash the Stampede? Right. I think what you're saying is like, this is it. The curved ones, the curved eaves would be good for the roof. The curved eaves are a different style of roof. They're good though. Yeah, I agree. I don't have that recipe yet. Yeah, I think we're good. I think this looks okay. The front and back are flat with the wall. Only the sides are supposed to slant. I can't wrap my head around that for some reason. I feel like this is the exact roof that I just tore down, right? They had two slants up. Oh, you're talking more of a traditional roof. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I get it. You're saying in a more traditional roof, you would go up to a point, and that would solve the weirdness of this. I agree with that. Yes. So we would raise these triangles up further if we wanted this to make more. Yeah. Okay. I'm following. Right. Whereas I'm going for this weird flat roof design. Right. Okay. It took me a second to wrap my head around I was just trying to figure out what Dr. Roxo was saying. I'm a little tired today, but in a good way. I had a great night of sleep, man. I did exactly what I set out to do. I tuckered myself out to the point to where I crashed from about 10 last night until 6 this morning. It was nice. Good sleep. Good sleep, man. Holy heck. All right, we're building our park. We have an idea for how we're going to handle the transition and bump up here. We'll likely have some more light dirt and pathing added here. Let's go do that. Do we have more yellow grass at home? Let's go do that. I think I do. I think I grabbed enough yellow grass for this project. I think so. I've been trying to reduce my screen time. Yeah. I think a total of my average for the past 3 days was about 5,000 steps, which is pretty nice. I did a bit more than that some days, and I did a teeny bit less than that another day. So it like averaged out to about 5K each day, which is pretty nice. Just getting out there and walking around. Yeah, I flattened a big part of my wastelands, correct. Not all of the wastelands will be flattened, but a big portion of it will be. So then we're doing the safari zone, and then we're doing a bunch of cliffs. So we do still have a lot of work ahead of us here, but all right, let me grab some of this dirt. And let me grab some yellow dirt. Oh, only 12. No, I gotta have some somewhere else. That I didn't put away. Yeah, here it is. I was about to say, I'm like, I know I brought home a bunch of that.
Planning something extra special for my 69th month. Stay tuned.
What? Yo, tier 2 for 68 months coming in here from Perpetrator, the legend. Finally hammered it into my head that pink lemonade is not strawberry lemonade. It's more like grapefruit lemonade. Yeah. Strawberry lemonade is not pink lemon. Yeah, you're right. Not even close. In fact, you can only really get strawberry lemonade from like using syrups. You don't really see strawberry lemonade out there too often at all. It's usually only at like bars and stuff if they have the syrups and they squirt the strawberry syrup in. That's where you see a lot of strawberry. You don't really see it for sale too often. Strawberry lemonade is not really respected, I suppose. You don't see it too often. All right. Oh, we also should have brought some regular dirt, some regular grass. Minute Maid has a powdered mix. Ooh. I have a stationary bike in my room. I'm thinking about picking something up like that myself. Yeah, a nice little stationary bike or something. Either something to put under my desk. But I don't really feel like, I don't know if I want to do that during my stream. So I think I might enjoy just something for when I'm off stream. Looks like we're doing 3 here. Boom. And then depending on how we handle this doorway, I'm assuming I'm going to do the doorway like maybe right in the front of the building. Maybe not. Maybe actually a little bit over so that we could have a nice big window. And we could really make this based off of the actual building. So this would be the door. Then we'll have a nice big size window on this side. And then I want this to go up over. And then we'll have a bush line in the middle. Nice little bushes in the middle here. This is going to be good. This is going to be nice. Boom. Run this over here. And then have this go over here. And I think we'll go ahead and we'll drop this. No. I like that. So yeah, we're using different colored grass to create path within other different colors of grass. And I've gotten some compliments on this, so I just wanted to show it off again. For those of you that are doing your own decorating in the game, maybe you'll find this to be a useful little technique. Something that you can enjoy in your own builds. And since there's pretty solid amount of different color options for the grass, you could really create some cool pathing. I saw one of those, you know, those classic like TikToks that are like, yo, Bill, we need a song for this game, and you know, don't make it too big of a deal. You know, it's just an old cheesy game. Like, no one really cares how quality the song is, and then it ends up like being like a super ridiculous, like awesome video game song. If you know what I'm saying, whatever. So I saw a TikTok that was based off of this song, right? And it was like, it was like, yo, John, yo, we need a song. You got that song for that Donkey Kong level? You know, just a water level. Doesn't need to be too complicated. And the guy's like, oh, I got it. And he's like, years from now, people will have existential crises to this song, and it will invoke a level of nostalgia unheard of in the universe of gaming. And then he like presses play, and this song plays, and it's like, yeah, I was like, true. Like this song is like a weird existential song. Like it really is. It's really weird like that. David Wise, yeah. Yeah, otherworldly, yeah. All right, we're out of adorable hedges. Nope, we got a couple seeds. Perfect. I should have probably started that the other way around so that there's a hedge right here. But maybe not. Maybe we don't need that at all. Maybe we don't need that at all. Maybe we don't need that. Maybe we don't need that. Maybe we don't need that. Because I'm going to put this right here. Perfect. Yeah, Meg, yo, dude, get out of my brain, dude. That was exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, actually, we could just do this. Do we maybe do white roses here instead of pink? Or these aren't roses, whatever these are. I don't know if I'm gonna like that. I think I just want wildflowers here. I think I just want wildflowers here. On Tamagotchi Life Island, I have them all asking about the famous Hylian descent, and they think you're the bee's knees. I love hearing about what y'all are doing in that game. Ooh, maybe some lower seashore flowers could be cute. Elegant flowers. I want something that's a little bit more natural. I almost want to use the robust flowers here, but I think I need a different color of them. These robust flowers are nice. Did you see the butt me? No, the butt me. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? The butt me? Easy peony. Wait, somebody made a booty hole me? Of course they did. Of course they just made... Of course. Never mind. No, I don't need you to explain it. Never mind. We're done here. Boom, 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 boom. I don't like any of these options. I really do just want windflowers or wildflowers. I just don't have any. I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait for now. We can figure that out later. I'm gonna wait. I'm not at a point where I need to like sit here and rack my brain about one specific design. I have so many things to design. I'm just gonna chill. And then eventually we'll come back to these little details. Yeah, we're gonna chill. Maybe some more wildflowers here. Eventually we're gonna have a bunch of like little green shoots around. We're gonna add a lot of texture to the ground. Eventually there's gonna be a good amount of like texture. In fact, I might lower this. You're so close to finding all the Mons in Pokopia, 6 left. You got this, dude. What up, Kels? Yeah, I actually like this right here. Perfect. That's going to be perfect. And then we might even put a sign in front of... We might even put a sign in front of the park here. Or some bushes in front of the park here. As like to welcome the thing is do we want different bushes here or do we want the same? Like I'm already using so many different types of bushes and colors around here. I wonder if I'm doing too many different types of bushes and flowers, or if I should maybe be more consistent around the park. That's the question. It's like, do I want to keep introducing different bushes or do I want to keep things more consistent? Right, like in fact I could just bring back the yellow hedges and this actually might be the answer. Instead of introducing a new hedge, maybe I just introduce the yellow hedges here. Yeah, that's cool. I think I like that. I also don't know if I like the yellow hedges against the cliff here. This is too many. It's too yellow. It's too much. I'm freaking out. I hate this. All right, we need to separate these. Let's do every 2. Let's do 2 and then a break. And then 2 and then a break. And then let's put a dandelion in the break between them. It's too much. It's too yellow. I wasn't gonna move this street lamp, but I think we need to move the street lamp. Yeah, we need to move the street lamp. You're gonna replace yellow with yellow. I think the height difference is gonna be the key. I think the height difference will work. I think so. I'm not sure yet. I might just have to do a completely different bush. Yeah, I considered that. But I think the height difference will make this area look better. Because then you get the brick. You see how you get the brick behind it? I think that helps, right? I think the brick behind it helps. So the height might be a thing here. Right, this way we still keep the theme of all the yellow, but it's broken up with the brick and the fence in the back. And it's seemingly a little bit more appealing to the eye here, yeah? I hate when I accidentally till the grass. That's the worst. You can't do anything about it but like punch it and break it. Yeah, I like this a lot more. And I didn't do every other because then it was going to be too busy. So every 2 makes a lot more sense. Now it's not too busy either. It's still kind of consistent. Right, because I think if you do every other here, it's going to be way too busy. And I have a lot of busy stuff going on in this design. Like this feels too busy right here. And we might have to tone this down a notch. Like, I'm still not convinced I like this little pink flower patch here. Not only is it too busy, it's kind of a heavy contrast compared to the yellow here. It's a little jarring. It's a little too pink. We might drop the pink flowers in between, turn it all into wildflowers, maybe show some regular grass. I'm not sure what I'm going to do here yet. I like it, but I also think it might be too much. It's a little busy. I also think it could actually be extended up one. It might feel better if it was actually up one here. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. Maybe a yellow on either side here. Like in the park, maybe? Could be a good time to watch a video on color theory on YouTube. Something like that, maybe. All right, we'll come back to this. Let me go to this project over here. We got some trees to manipulate. We got some trees to manipulate here. I don't know if I wanted to have a perfect tree line like this. I thought I wanted it to be a straight tree line, but I don't. I want it to be random. Bam. Yeah, I want there to be a little bit of space sometimes. A little bit of weirdness. Just make it feel like a bit more of a natural tree line here. And we're doing my favorite thing ever in video games, creating forests. And I want there to be like a little bit more space so that we can actually we're going to put a home in here. I think we might sneak a Pokemon home in the center of these trees. All right. Now, can I change the dirt under their feet? I imagine I can, but let's just double check. Nice. Now it's going to be a little difficult because I have to avoid trees, but what we can do is we can turn this grass down here into darker grass. So there's like some texture differences, right? I have seen some floating trees out there. So now these areas outside are gonna feel a little bit more foresty, a little bit more officially foresty. All right, look at that. Yeah, see, I think that'll be sick. I think that'll be sick. So we're gonna do something with this here. All right, so we're gonna need a bunch more dark grass. And honestly, we might even want some dark grass here on this little border. I sent to your code DMs for a Muse stamp. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're going to be doing some elevation elsewhere. All right. We'll be doing some elevation elsewhere. You know, I wasn't planning on doing the dark grass, but now that I'm starting to do it, I kind of like it. I wasn't planning on doing the dark grass, but now that I'm starting to do it, I actually really like it. Like, I think this is going to be pretty cool. I think this will be pretty cool. A little bit of elevation for some tree height here could be a fun little trick to do. For now, let's just get these trees down. We're just in foundation phase. We're not in what I would call the detail phase yet. So we're going to be lining everything with trees over here. This area is going to be unique because this area is meant to be low because it's going to be between this and this path back here. So I don't want this area to be too much. Like this little patch of grass and forest and trees, we're going to be kind of decorating and putting some Pokemon to live in here. And this path is specifically here to fill a gap between the actual build and this path that's going to be going to Route 15. So this is all going to just be like trees to kind of fill like a gap, and we're going to put some Pokemon homes in the forest, and it's going to be pretty cool. But what we're doing is outside of this area, this right here is all going to be a mountain forest. All the way around it. Over here, this is going to be a mountain forest. All the way around it. Right here, all of this stuff is going to be like mountain forest vibes all around here, in between the Safari Zone and Fuchsia City. And then this is going to go all the way to this side as well. And we'll also be doing the same thing. This is all going to be mountain forest. All the way through here, this is going to be mountain forest, and then like it'll flatten out a little bit around here. Again, on the around the town, I want it to be kind of lower elevation, and I want it to be kind of just like some trees. And then as you get further away from the town, it is going to get mountainous, which will be pretty fun. Like all of this stuff right here is going to have some trees as well. So we're starting to pull the nature side of this build together. Yeah, right. I could do holes, or I could do like little blocks and like get different heights of the trees. That could be super cool once we get to the detail phase. That's a really fun idea. We could put them in like some in holes, some in like a raised block. That could be the holes idea is genius. That is a genius idea. So I'm not quite ready to plop down I will be using regular trees in the mountain forest. Did I not grab regular trees? I thought I did. Here they are. We will be using regular trees in the mountain forest section, but for the immediate stuff around, I do want to keep it to pine trees, so we have to keep going to Dream Islands, or sorry, you know, Drifloon Islands, whatever they're called, and to collect more pine trees and trees in general. I'm gonna need a lot of trees. So right now I'm just plopping this stuff down to get it out of my inventory. We'll probably end up moving this stuff around, but it doesn't matter. What up, Cool Starty Man? Good morning. We got a balloon in the Twitch chat. I love hiding glowing mushrooms in areas to give it a glow. Yeah, I love that. I love glowing mushrooms as adding to an area. That sounds great. That sounds awesome. If you think you have enough trees, you don't. Yeah, we're going to be pushing this game to its limit. We're going to be pushing this game to its limit as far as these trees are concerned. I wouldn't be surprised if I get some sort of message at some point that's like, you have too many trees. Stop. Please. The game can't handle this. Like, that message is coming for me. I can guarantee you that. The game's gonna stop me. Like that, I'm gonna have to figure it out, I'm sure. Because we're about to go in on this forest. All right, and we'll throw some boulders and stuff in the forest. Some boulders in some of these builds here might be like really nice. I wasn't planning on putting boulders out here, but like it might be a nice gap filler to get some nice size boulders in this. It might be like a nice gap filler for like stuff like this, where it looks pretty nice and pretty approachable. So yeah, we might end up using some boulders. I wasn't planning on it, but because I'm going for like a slight botanical gardens vibe. So that just means it's supposed to be more curated. It's supposed to be more like fancy in that sense. But I don't think a boulder is going to stop that. I think a boulder might add to the vibe. A boulder or two. Like even something back here could be nice just to kind of add some texture. Yeah. Okay. Right, and then I would like to put this Chansey somewhere. Even in here could be cute, actually. We could build around it. I definitely think this Chansey's going down somewhere. I think we'll do like a little mini Chansey park around it. I know there's like a kit that looks really good. I won't use the kit, but I think I'll build my own little Chansey area around here. Yeah, I think we will do something like that. All right, and then our leafed arch barriers, we're doing every 2. I might want to do every 3 for the leaf arched barriers. Every 2 looks good. Every 3 might be fancy. All right, we've started the process over here. All right, we ran out of leaf arched barriers here. Okay. Do 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 do. And then we'll start this side like that. Start fixing our fences up here. I'm excited to start building the safari zone as well. So I'm going to be doing a lot of jumping around in my projects because like I'm pretty excited to start the safari zone here soon. I have so many ideas I want to start working on. And the more of the foundation I lay, the better off I am. Because I'm the kind of designer that needs a foundation laid first. Once I get a foundation down, then I can really start to meticulously adjust the stuff around it and make it like really entertaining for me to enjoy and design. So that's like right now I've mostly been working on like, this is what I would call details, but I've mostly been working on foundation. If you've noticed, trying to get the structure of what I'm going to do down just so I could start somewhere. Like this specific activity that I'm doing right now, I would normally do like later. This is like details. So the reason I usually save details for later is because I tend to change a lot. I'm the kind of creator that tends to change my mind a bunch on how I want stuff to look. So I've learned over years of designing that I'm better off like sketching. Like essentially what I'm doing is sketching. This is basically a sketchbook at this point. And I'm just here to sketch out what I'm thinking this is going to look like. And then I start to fill in the blanks. Yeah, we'll let this album rotate one more time. It's second or third time around. This album rotates fast. Before you know it, it's all right. We're almost done with the barriers. Yeah, this is the third listen. Yeah, this album rotates fast. Yo, thank you, Blood Raven. Yeah, I'll skip on the Mew this time. I should have said something. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll skip on the Mew this time. I'm just gonna keep doing my thing. I got a flow going here. Building a foresty entrance for the rocky ridges and just flying by the seat of my pants. I think I want to do a forest and rocky ridges as well. I think so. A foresty rocky ridges feels right. And since there's so much space in the rocky ridges, I could easily do it and still build like Pewter City like I originally planned. Have you needed to consider your leaf arched barrier multiplayer assembly line? No, we're okay. After the conversation we had the other day, I'm convinced that I'm just going to be doing some material farming. Yeah, I'm just going to do like a bunch of material farming soon. I've already kind of came to the conclusion. I'm just going to rock. We're going to do a bunch of material farming. We're just going to go to a dream island and just completely gut it. Like I might even do it today. Get myself a bunch of Pokemetal and rare Pokemetal. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. Just gonna steal a couple of these so I can continue this. Perfect. All right, sick. I'll probably just put one here. All right, we're gonna stop. We're almost done. We're just doing every other leaf barrier. It seems to be working pretty well. I know we started working on our gym recently, and I paused because I don't have the recipe for the item I want, which is the curved Eve. I keep finding the actual item, but they're not giving me the recipe. So we need to go and get our Snorlax buff and go hunt some water spots. Let's go. Let's take a breather here. Let's plop a chest down. And let's plop all of this designing stuff in the chest. Print it. Yeah, it's another one of those situations where it's kind of an expensive print. It's kind of an expensive print, and I don't even know if I like the way it looks. Like, it's hard to jump the gun for it right now. I'd much rather just get the recipe so I could test. All right, we'll leave this stuff here. Yeah, I'd much rather get the recipe so I can actually test, because like I've only had 2 of them and I'm out of materials at the moment. That's also the other thing. I'm just out of materials. I'm basically out of Pokemetal, so I need to go farming. But we'll get there. We're not in a rush. We'll get there. We're not in a rush at all. That's the thing. I'm not stressed about it, because I'm assuming I'll get the recipe eventually. So if it takes me a while to build my Poke Center, you know, whatever. That's actually something I really enjoy about the game. Like, personally, that's like some of the Animal Crossing stuff that I enjoy about the game, is like some stuff is truly just not accessible. And it's more accessible with the more materials I have and like the more willing I am to print. So it's nice that this game has the perfect balance of like, you know, it's accessible if you want it to be. You can totally go grind the materials and you can totally go finish a project right now. Or you can wait until you earn that item or whatever normal. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool. I think this game has like the perfect balance of like, if you just are so set on finishing a project, you can go finish it. You can go finish it right now. Or you could just wait until the game gives you that recipe that you're looking for. The same way that in Animal Crossing, you know, you have to wait for that furnish. You have to wait for that item. And then, oh, actually, we should cook real quick. Hold on a second. Sarah B cooking Pokemon Pokopia. We don't have the best bitter or dry dish that we could have. I need a tier 3 bitter dish, I believe. Is it bitter, right? Seaweed soup is what I gave him last time. Yeah, so what's the highest level bitter thing I can craft? Recycled bread. Recycled bread. Wheat, bread, and a recycling Pokemon. It seems like recycled bread's gonna be the best play here, I think. Gross. Hey, there's nothing gross about that. Nah, it's pretty grody. So let's craft 10 of these. Tinkatuff for Smash, you think so? Sure, I think Tinkaton would be super cool for Smash Brothers. I think that would be sick. Yo, follow me. Let's go make some recycled bread, yo. All right, wheat. Simple bread and some more wheat. All right, and then let's mix up this album. All right, we got our recycled bread. So now we can put the seaweed stew away. Seaweed soup, because now we have the tier 3 bitter dish. Squirtle! Oh, but we don't have a liquid. We don't have a liquid in case we need to power up water gun. So let's just grab that soup as our liquid here. Yo, 82 months from U23. What up, homie? Yo, good to see you, dude. One of the founders in the chat. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we're getting our recycling on. We're getting our recycling on. Our recycled bread on. Mmm, delicious. Oh, I didn't mean to bring this dude with me. Oops. All right, you're coming with me, buddy. Let's show you. Let's show you how your bread's being used. We checked out Tamagotchi Life. Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. I don't have any intentions of playing a bunch of it, but it was a cool little game. Not quite my vibe. I'm an old Scrooge sometimes when it comes to video games. All right, a lot more likely to find rare items. Sweet. All right, let's start in Castletown. Yeah, sometimes I'm just not into a certain vibe of a game. It just wasn't quite my vibe. The game is hilarious, though. I don't know what that is, Tommy boy. Enlighten me. Enlighten my old man brain. I love that Garbodor calls you a sweetie. Like, what a Pokemon to call you a sweetie, right? Okay, sweetie, as their breath like reeks of trash and their whole aura is just like Pigpen from Charlie Brown, and they're like, see ya, sweetie. I think that's a great Pokemon for that. YouTube chat died. It should be back. Did it die? It's back. Don't worry. YouTube just glitchy sometimes. But my YouTube chat does go quiet if that's what you meant. It does. It does. We're pretty new to YouTube chat. We actually just started it this January. So we're starting to build our own little YouTube community. And for the first year of YouTube's life, it was actually, we called it the Lurker Zone. And people just lurked there. We didn't even have a chat available. I think the two trash bags on Garbador's head look like teddy bears. I guess that says a lot for the kind of teddy bears you had growing up. Sorry, I wasn't a garbage pail kid enjoyer, all right? I was using... I had Pokemon merch, all right? I had stuffed Pokemon, dude. And then it's quiet. Yeah. My YouTube chat's always in and out. Most people on YouTube are hanging out and lurking. Once we, as we start to build over on YouTube, though, it'll get chattier over there. Some days I can't even keep up with YouTube chat. Some days it's quiet. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out and chatting over there. It's a daily game. A daily game. I don't know if I want to play that. I wish we could carry liquids as Magnet Rise. Yeah, the Magnet Rise feature could use a couple upgrades. It's a free daily Pokemon trivia game. Fill in the 3x3 grid by choosing a Pokemon that matches the row and the column categories. This is just a weird version of a Wordle. This is just a weird version of a Wordle. So what are you trying to do? I don't actually understand what you're trying to do. Are you trying to guess a Pokemon or are you trying to guess a move? What are you trying to guess here? Maybe I shouldn't have clicked. I just read it, but I still don't understand. The goal of this game is to fill in all 9 boxes with the correct Pokemon. You have to do so with only 9 guesses, so choose wisely. There will be at least 2 correct answers per box, with the exception of Master and Fan puzzles. Once you select a Pokemon, you can't switch your answer or reuse that Pokemon. When the special column lines up with a type, a Pokemon does not... All right, I'm not reading all these rules. I'm done. This is cool, though. This is cute. Yeah, not today. Today's not the day. I don't feel like thinking that hard. That's cool though. Yeah. I don't feel like reading a book of rules right now. Super cool though. I never seen that before. It's less of a Wordle and more... Ooh, nice. Recipe for arch tiling. It's less of a Wordle and more of a Sudoku. It looks like it's basically like a Sudoku kind of, in a weird way. All right, any other water spots for us? Oh yeah, Pokudoko. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Cool. That's cool, man. I like that kind of stuff. It's really rad. Doing that kind of stuff on stream can be a lot of fun. So maybe one day we'll bust it out if we feel like it. That's what I said. Oh, I didn't see your message. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, it's cool. That's cool. Do. Do 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 do. All right, that's all my freshwater spots for now here. Let's head to our next freshwater location, which we'll go to the Sparkling Skylands today. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave y'all with some tunes, and I'm gonna take a quick breather. I'll be right back. All my sound effects and everything are broken. Frick. Okay. All right, thank you. All right. All right, thanks for your patience. Let's go get some water spots, dude. My favorite daily web game is catfishing. We like a little web game here and there. I mostly just have a couple little games that I play in my free. Ooh, what did I just get? I mostly just have a couple games that I play. That are just light games that I play when I'm in the itch for something like that. Something with hardwood flooring. Yeah, like when I'm in the mood for a nice little lighthearted short game, it's usually like a mobile game on my phone. Or something like a quick run of a roguelike, like Rift Wizard or FTL or... But it's nice to have games that you can just load up and play for 5 minutes. That is a pretty nice thing to have. Games that you just load up and play for 5 minutes, dude. That's a pretty nice thing to have in your kit as a gamer. Because I don't know about y'all, but there's always these little windows of time where I don't feel like loading up a video game, but I want to play something for just like a little bit. All right. Nice recipe for a music mat. Sick. Nice, we'll take that. How'd you move Gyarados? I don't remember. Good question. I created a path. I somehow got him up. Oh, I fast traveled with him. I just had him follow me and then I fast traveled and he followed me that way. That was how I did that. Yeah, easy street. Yeah, he might be a flying type, but he ain't a flyer, that's for sure. He might be a flying type, but he ain't flying. All right, 5 bundles of twine. All right, one more area to quickly check. And we can go to the next area. All right, off to the ridges. Get us some new recipes today. We didn't do any shopping today, but that's fine. I don't want to do everything every day. That's all right with me. I just built the road connecting to each island. That's sick. That's dope. Did you use asphalt and stuff, or did you just any bricks for now? Do 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 do. All right, Stone Den Kit. All right, and then back to Bleak Beach. We got a handful of recipes today. That's what it's all about, getting them recipes. That's what it's all about. Them old recipes, you know? I'm elbow deep in the City Town DLC. Yo, what's up, Tay doing Disney? What up, homie? City Town DLC. I haven't been doing much gaming in my free time. Not sure if I want to start a new game or I've been contemplating loading up No Man's Sky in my free time. Because I plan on playing No Man's on and off. I don't know if I'm ready to go back to it quite yet, because I don't want to go back to it just casually. I'd like to go back to it and play it for a couple days in a row. That tickles. What did I do? What happened there? I transformed too close to them? Also, I wonder, did I put fresh water inside of the pool? I think I used ocean water in the pool. I did. Okay. So we don't have to worry about that. I should just set up a couple cameras around where all the most popular water spots are, and then I could just show up to a zone, flip through the cameras, see where they are, and then rinse repeat. I don't have a ton of fresh water everywhere, so kind of what's happening is like I just go to the same spots every time, but like as I design these areas and decorate and I provide more fresh water and more options for stuff to spawn, maybe that strategy will actually be smart. I feel like right now I only have so many places to check, you know? All right, nice. We basically got the bulk. Now, it's like a couple hours until that stuff resets. So I usually just do it once a day. I consider it a daily. Got ourselves a nice handful of recipes here today. No curved Eve though. Again, we could just print the curved Eves once we get some materials back. I'm not even sure if I like them for what I'm trying to accomplish because they're an off color. They're not the same color as all the pop art bricks. So I don't even know if they're gonna work. All the pop art stuff is like a different orange, and you can't really control them. Unfortunately. Like, there's only so many shades of orange in the game. Like, I can't really do anything about that. So I'd like to get the recipe so I could test out what a bunch of them look like without investing too much Pokemetal. I know we have some more Pokemetal somewhere to cook. Let's go check a couple of our junk drawers down here. I think we have a couple to bring up. Just a little bit. Yeah. I'm so sad. I didn't talk about it too much, but the slight difference in orange and not really having a ton of control over it is pretty sad. Like, I'm fairly certain the curved Eves are just not going to work because the orange is just so different from the pop art wall. But maybe from a distance, it won't really matter, and that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that from a distance, you don't really notice. All right, cool. I think everything else here is empty. Yeah, I started putting fossils in here. I'll eventually get the energy to sort all this stuff. I just don't care right now. Yeah, that's pretty much it. There's 4 other junk drawers over here, but I don't think they have any Pokemetal in them. So I might be wrong. I might have already used it up. Yeah, you can paint them. You can only paint them the color orange, and it's just not the same color. It's an unfortunate reality. Yeah, it's just a terrible color orange. Here, I'll show you real quick. And again, it's tragic because these curved eaves would be perfect for my project, but at that point I would have to change the materials that I've decided to use for the rest of the gym, and To be fair, the curved eaves kind of don't make sense anyways. I just really, really wanted like a rounded roof. I'm just gonna have to deal with a classic blocky rooftop. And there was like, I could do like a brick roof maybe. And there's some rounded like pieces for the brick setup, but Hylian, just get over it. Hey, I'm just gonna have to get over it. Yeah, so I wanted this roof to be kind of rounded here and like it's just not, it's honestly like not too bad, maybe from a distance. It's like, it's just not even close. You know, it's just like, it's just not gonna work. The pop art stuff is just too particular. So I think we're just gonna go without the rounded edges. And I think we take this off the top. And we just end it right there. And that'll be cool. We might even bring it down one more, but that's cool. You have a vision for something? Yeah. I definitely like go into this type of thing expecting to have to make some adjustments. Looks like a bulldozer scooper. Yeah, and like that's the orange. So like now maybe yellow looks better, but it's probably just like super yellow, right? Like, yeah, I think that there's no option here for the curved. We're not out of the woods yet though. Like maybe we'll stumble across something as time goes on. We might stumble across something as time goes on, but I'm okay. I don't need a, if I'm real with y'all, I'm actually more upset about the entrance than I am the roof. I could deal with the roof not being rounded, but I really did want to have this nice rounded entrance. That's the thing I'm actually the most sad about. But like I said, I could just change the roof entirely. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I end up doing. Simple pillar quarter. This is nice. This is how you make a rounded building, dude. Look at that. I gotta see what that looks like real quick. House partition. Dude, they have all the makings of like some rounded building tools. Wow, you could do like a rounded building. Wow. That's cool. That is sick. I wonder how many other pieces in the game have this super dope half quarter. Right, like I wonder how many things in this game you could use. Or if this is it, right? This is cool. This is cool. I love that there's like options for like rounding. Like that is cool, dude. I'm very interested in having like a rounded building here. I am very interested in something like this. This is neat. That's how the devs made the Pokeball building. Yeah, like, look. Well, you're talking about a different building, I understand, but still, like, I was just like thinking about this. Like the rounded edges are actually so nice. What piece was that? It's called Simple Pillar Quarter. Simple Pillar Quarter. Oh yeah, you can dye it for sure. Yeah. Yeah, that little paintbrush says you can dye it. And if you look right here, it says that it can be given a pattern and a color. So you can do a lot with a piece like this. This is very much meant to be like something that you decorate with. Yeah, so the game provides like little symbols on an item, and it kind of lets you know like what you can do. Like you see how this one only has the painting symbol. That means you can't put any patterns on it, but you can paint it. But if you see something like this, that means you can paint it and pattern it. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Still kind of hard to match them with specific blocks, even with the same color, because it's never uniform. Yeah, that's what I'm realizing, just how lacking of uniform a lot of like the blocks are. Like you really do have to pick your battles in this game, which is fine. You know, I like having limitations and then being forced to fight through them. That's what makes being creative fun to me, is being presented options and being forced to work within those options. That's kind of how it should be. I don't want unlimited possibilities. I want some limitations so that my brain can let certain things go and just work within my confinement. So while obviously they could have handled some things a little bit better, I'm pretty content with not everything being perfect. Yeah, we could try like a different color in general. Right, that's the kind of stuff I'm gonna have to wrap my head around, because I just had an original vision for this gym to be full pop art, but the more time goes on, the more I realize like full pop art might not be the answer. I might not want to do full pop art. I might want to do a blend of like pop art meets something else. Because this was my plan, but like, yeah, we might be due for like maybe pop art for accent, maybe something else for the roof and for the siding, so it's all kind of cohesive. Yeah, we might want to do like a blend of stuff. Plus, I wanted to put a lot of windows in this building anyways. So at some point, I was going to put some windows in here, maybe. Windows would be cool, but windows will expose my little trick. So I wonder how I'm going to handle that. Like, windows would expose my stupid little trick that I'm doing here. So it's like, yeah, like look at, you can like expose. There's a building inside of the building. Yeah, dye the glass or something. That's a good idea. I have looked at the gym in the Skylands. Yeah, I was looking at it briefly. And I don't know if the Skylands gym did anything that was rounded. I try to do one-to-one stuff with some builds, but I often had to resign myself to creative licensing because of this. Yeah, exactly. It's like you can take you have to take a lot of liberties if you're trying to do stuff one for one, right? Like what I want to design my gym off of is this. This is what I'm designing my gym off of. So this like rounded, I'd like to have like a nice rounded roof. And this is all obviously pop art. Like this is definitely all like pop art. This is a pop art lining. This is for sure supposed to be kind of a pop art roof because it has like the line of different color going through it. So that's why my original vision was like maybe some sort of like rounded slanted pop art roof. But I've known from the very beginning of this project that it was probably not going to be rounded. I knew from the very beginning that this was probably not going to work that way, but I thought I would at least try before I gave up. Yeah, and here's what they did with the roof. So they do have some kind of different roof up here that I guess I didn't realize. What is this? It's just iron colored orange. So apparently iron colored orange has the same orange as pop art, which is pretty good to know. That's pretty good. I'm glad we came back here for data. That's pretty good to know. I see that. So they did use a combination. Also, their pop art is brown, not orange. Interesting. Maybe we go with orange or brown instead of orange, and then we get something that's closer to the color of the eaves, right? Because this does look closer to the color of the eave. Let's test. Look. That's a lot closer. It's brighter instead of duller. That's so annoying. It's brighter here instead of duller, but with my setup, it's duller instead of brighter. That's mad obnoxious. You can't win. It's either one or the other. You can't win. It is closer though. Yeah, we are on to something. It's a lot closer, right? See, I think I could see myself using this as a liberty. Like, I think that this is closer. I think it does stand out a little. Now, what if we were to do brown for this? Maybe brown for the curved eave, right? Maybe brown for the curved eave would work. I really like the iron plating. I think I'm gonna steal that. Because the pop art really should be accent. It really doesn't need to be everything, right? The pop art really just needs to be the outline. So yeah, maybe Dazzle was onto something when they called that out. Instead, we need to use like iron plating or something for the majority of the roof. And then we could just use the pop art for trim. The pop arts, let's switch the pop art to trim. Because like, look, they don't even use pop art for the whole building. Look, they also use iron plating here. Just colored with no color. So really, the only pop art on the building is actually trim. Look at that. It's along the bottom. And then they use iron here. So that's the mistake I made. I was trying to do pop art for the whole building and I messed up. I didn't realize. I want to use something different for the base of the building. I would just copy this building. This is basically the building, right? Look, you could see the white lines going over the middle. I wasn't planning on copying this one for one, but now that I'm here and looking at it again, it kind of does perfectly match what I'm trying to do. Like, weirdly enough, like, this is weirdly perfect. I originally didn't think it was. I'm not gonna lie. When I first came here, I was like, okay, I need to do my own gym. This gym isn't what I'm looking for. But now that I'm back here again and I've had some time to decorate, it's like, actually, this gym is exactly what I'm looking for. I just need to make some adjustments. Like, I'm not gonna do the windows, I don't think. And if I do windows, I'm going to do it a little differently because, remember, I have a building within a building. So we're still going to take some creative liberties, but we might change a little bit of how we did this. Interesting. Yeah, right. I'm thinking I just put some blocks behind it, like a gray block, as if you just can't really see what's going on in there, or there's like blinds up, right? Like, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah. I could just put some blocks behind him. I'm still a little sad that this door was just a big debate. I'm still a little sad that the final door that we all interact with is a door back to the first zone. I will say that the developers dropped the ball a little bit there because they built up expectations that felt pretty unsatisfying. Like, you don't put a door in the first zone that you can't use just for that door to lead back to the first zone. Like that was a little bit of a debate on their part. I think the developers dropped the ball there. Like, that felt pretty bad. I'm just gonna be the one to say it. Like, it felt pretty bad to be like, oh, what's the final door? It's the final zone. And then you go, and it's like, actually, it's just the same zone. Like, that was a little bit of a ball drop on their part because you can't blame me. They built up expectations and then they cut the expectations down. And like, how are we supposed to know not to build those expectations up? Like, we didn't know the layout of the game. That was a bummer. That was a bit of a ball drop. They really should have considered the player's heart in that situation. Like, you're messing with the player's heart. You're showing them a door they can't go through. You're making it feel epic. You're making it feel like it's like an end game goal. And it turns out to just be a doorway to the Skylands. It's like, like, that's not like that was probably one of the only bad feeling moments that I had in this game. That was probably the only bad feeling moment that I had. I truly felt kind of bad about that. I was just like, this kind of sucks. It made sense to me because it was in the sky. Yeah. The game already had so much content that, like, it's not like it was a deal breaker, but it just felt a little off. Yeah, this is the Withered Wastelands, correct. All right, nice. And that just frees up a bunch of pop art materials for us. I think we might be switching to brown. Yeah, we're gonna have to go ahead and repaint our pop art blocks and replace them, but we can just repaint the ones we're picking up now and just replace. All right, and then we're gonna use maybe iron plating and then I think we're gonna build from here. This will be, we're gonna build on top of that, and then we have to decide what we want to use for the wall, which the iron plating makes a lot of sense. It's very, yeah, the iron plating makes actually a lot of sense. I'm curious. I'm actually gonna go back one more time, and I want to go pick up a couple blocks to make sure that I know the colors. Boom, 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 boom. Because I wonder if I'm using the wrong hue for the base as well. I'm wondering if I'm using the wrong hue for the base as well. I could be. I could be. I'm not sure. I mean, this pillar definitely looks better than what I was trying to do. Yeah, and then they're using like a gray bottom. See, I don't know if I agree with the gray bottom. Let me see. I kind of like what I have for my base. I might keep my base, but I'm gonna snatch up one of these in case I want to use that. What? Yeah, we might use one of those. Oh, I see. Look at this. They use it as accent. Oh, look at that. It's brown. Oh, so they do use the brown, but it's only for the corners. I have brown going all the way around. So maybe I'm just not doing enough accent stuff. And the pop art middle's not colored at all. Okay. I'll take another one of these. All right, let's get out of here. Unk Hylian. Yo, what's up, dude? P Unk. I wonder why they're using both. Yeah, it's interesting, right? The inside of that building looks like a Chuck E. Cheese. I heard recently that there was a Chuck E. Cheese for adults. Yeah, what's it called? It's called Chuck's Arcade. Shut the f up. This is real. Chuck's Arcade. Chuck E. Cheese launches. Holy shit. Hold on a second. Chuck E. Cheese launches Chuck's Arcade, a classic brand extension ushering in a new era of modern arcade gaming. Chuck's Arcade. Chuck is back, my boys. Chuck is back, dude. No way. Chucky is back, dude. Look at this. Look. Chuck's Arcade. Bold new arcade concept from Chuck E. Cheese combines classic games and the hottest new games alongside iconic animatronic characters. Wait a second. You had the opportunity to move away and you kept the animatronics? That's the thing I was hoping was gone. That and your terrible pizza. I was like, all right, there's probably still terrible pizza, but at least the gosh darn animatronics are gone. They're not. They're not. They're not. The animatronics are still there. Why would you do that? Who decided this? Who made this decision? Adult Chuck E. Cheese. Do they serve like alcohol? Because like that. Does Chuck's Arcade serve alcohol? Because Chuck E. Cheese doesn't. Yes, Chuck's Arcade is a 21 plus spin-off. Is it? Do you have to be an adult to go there? It's a barcade? No way. You have to be 21 to go there, dude? No way, dude. There's an entry fee. Dave & Buster's is ish now. It's basically Dave & Buster's is what everyone's saying. They're saying it's basically a Dave & Buster's. That, yeah, which is the idea I got. It's the vibe that I got from it as well. Like just the picture alone looked like a Dave & Buster's. People are saying that round one is just better. It's just trying to be Dave & Buster's in round one. And if you already have round one, like you don't need to do this. That's basically what they're saying. People are just like, you could just go to round one. And like, I don't know if round one sells alcohol, but I guess if you're just like trying to get crunk, I guess that's what it's for. I don't know. Like, I can't really figure out what this is for besides for like, yo, you remember going to Chuck E. Cheese as a kid? Well, why don't we go to Chuck's Arcade as an adult, dude? Like, I don't know if it's anything more than just that. Like, I don't know how much weight this has behind it. Like, I think it might just be a nostalgic, like, grab. Like, what? There's already one closed. Chuck's Arcade is already closed April 2026. Well, that's not a good sign for Chuck's Arcade if they're already closing down. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign at all. Well, the world's first Chuck's Arcade, did it suck? Let me go read this real quick. Oh, this is a YouTube video. Rick. Honest review. 9 months ago. All right, let's watch this video real quick. All right, it's in a mall. That's a bad sign already. It doesn't have its own standalone building. That's already a terrible sign. Any mall arcades always blow. Oh my lord, this is miserable. This is just a mall arcade, but the games actually work and they're not from 1942. And there's not some weird old dude sitting around like wishing that customers would come in. This is literally just a mall arcade. This is nothing. This is literally just a mall arcade. This is nothing, dude. Wow. Chucky's really fall from grace, dude. Chuck's really fallen from grace, man. It's literally just a mall arcade. Okay. Listen, I think mall arcades are a super cool concept, but they're never well kept and they're always carrying terrible games. It would be nice if the era of old mall arcades came back where you walked in and there was actually a bunch of cabinets with a bunch of games that people actually want to play. But every mall arcade now is just a bunch of garbage and then like a random Jurassic Park game. And it's just like there's nothing. I wish I would walk into a mall arcade and there'd be like a TMNT cabinet, like a Street Fighter cabinet. Like that would be like amazing. Like that would be amazing. Like what happened, dude? Like why can't we get a mall arcade that actually has something in it that you want to play? Like that's so sad, dude. Mall arcades are just dead. Where are all the animatronics? Yeah, dude. Sorry, Chuck. I grew up with a mall arcade near me, and it was small, but it had all the classics, man. It was a very small little hole-in-the-wall arcade, but it had games, and like that's all we want. It was like walking into a modern day barcade. Like it was like walking in. I'm looking to see if I can find a picture for y'all real quick. They're like, man, like dingy lighting, walking into an arcade and it not being a bunch of skee ball shooting. Like that's the difference. The difference is like, we're talking like skee ball and like Dave & Buster's versus like a real arcade with real cabinets, dude. Like you just don't get that anymore. Every arcade you go into nowadays is just a bunch of like coin pushers and like basketball shooters. Like all that stuff is cool, don't get me wrong, but like you never see actual games anymore, like ever, dude. It's always like this is what your average arcade looks like nowadays. There's not a single game to be seen. Look, all right, cruising, all right, cool, all right, so you got the cruising, we like that. Aliens, okay, not terrible, but look at everything else. Tower of Tickets, basketball shooters, crazy tower, like none of this is real games, dude. Like what happened, dude? Like let me get like some real cabinets, man. That's just so tragic, dude. The worst part is that I'm complaining, but I wouldn't even go to them too often because they're far too expensive and I would just play video games at home. So, you know, I'm a part of the problem, but you just like don't see real cabinets anymore. We have a local arcade that opened up like 2 years ago and now they have pinball leagues and it's been very successful. Yeah, there's like a couple barcades that have opened up around that had some like real cabinets in them and you could play them for free and you could pay super pricey for drinks. But a lot of them shut down. I think there's only one like real barcade in the greater Cleveland area that like really found success. And I think it's still around. But like every other one of them was in and out. It was in and out. And it's because nobody wants to spend $20 for a single mixed drink to play arcade games for free. That's not a good business model. I think that you just need to go back to the original arcade business model. Quarters, machines, quarters, tokens, something. You need to have somebody walk in the front door. They give you $20, they get a bunch of tokens, and they play games. Like that is the model. That's the tried and true model. I don't see why we're trying to step away from it. You know, like, I don't know. I don't see why we're moving away from that. Like, I feel like that worked for a reason, dude. Let's see here. Hold on. I want to see if this one barcade is still opened up around me that was doing like really well for a minute. There's like so much stuff coming and going, but there's one specific one that was this really cool, like old building. This really cool old building that had tons of old cabinets and stuff. It was so sick. I wonder if it still exists. This might be it right here. And it was just like, it wasn't like trying to be a bar. It was just an arcade with a bunch of games, man. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's been so long. I'm not sure if I don't remember the name of the place I'm thinking of. It was a super unique place. It wasn't like a barcade. It was like a true arcade. It's been so long, I'm not sure. you would get free games, but you would buy drinks. Yeah, the way it worked. So the only barcade I ever went to, anybody else go to a barcade before? The only barcade I've ever went to, all the games were free and everyone was taking turns playing them, but the mixed drinks were like $15. Like if you wanted a single drink, you were spending like $15. And everybody, like the deal was that like there was like a deal, like you were required to buy 2 drinks to like play the games or something. So it was a complete bad business deal. Like nobody wants to go to a bar, be forced to buy 2 drinks at like $15 each just to play a bunch of arcade games that you could play at home. Like what? Like that's weird. Like I don't think that that's quite the business deal that you want to go with. Like that you're asking way too much of people. What if you don't want to drink? So you're at that point, you're forced to like buy drinks. Like it was just weird. Like they didn't sell food. And you know, the only redeeming factor was that they had Super Smash Bros. Melee outside on the TVs. So what happened? A bunch of people just showed up and played Super Smash Bros. Melee outside and like tried to get away with not buying drinks, and like they had to keep policing it. It was just weird. It just didn't work. Yeah, it was just weird. It's just not a good business plan. Nice. We got another recipe. This arcade doesn't do food or alcohol. It's strictly and straight an arcade, nothing else. And they have only like 5 or 6 ticket coin machines. The rest are old quarter machines, like you described. Yeah. Like I just want an old school arcade every once in a while, man. You just don't see them too often anymore. It is what it is. I get it. Like that's why like I love 1UP, or I love of the 1UP arcade or whatever. But it unfortunately doesn't really have any arcade games. It just has all the modern Dave and Buster's stuff. So when I go there with the lady, we usually just play the gacha games, the crane games. Because like sitting there and playing Luigi's Mansion is cool every once in a while, but like, you know, and then they have a bunch of like racing games. But that era of like walking into an arcade and having like a cabinet in front of you is like pretty dead. Round 1, that's what it's called. Like it's pretty dead, man. You just don't get those cabs anymore. Yeah. It's pretty sad. You know what I would like to see, and this is very doable. You can create a custom cabinet that has a computer inside that can play random games, like any game you want. It would be really cool to see somebody invest in like 10 of those. Right? Like 10 cabinets that have computers inside, and you can just choose whatever game you're playing. So you could walk into an arcade and you go to a screen and you just choose like, okay, I'm going to play Simpsons, and you just load up whatever game you want. You just load up whatever game you want, instead of it being like, okay, we have to have this NBA Jam cabinet. You could just have a computer inside that lets you choose whatever game you want to play, and you just hang out and play whatever. Yeah, those cabinets exist, man. They're expensive, but they exist. Like at one point, it would cost you about $1,000 to set up what I'm saying. And then the computer would cost separate. But that's a thing that exists. You can get a full blown out cabinet, custom made, wooden, whatever you want, put a computer in it, get a legitimate set of joysticks and buttons, and you could just play whatever you want. That's like the ideal situation. A big trivia setup. I do love me some trivia, yeah. A friend of mine had an arcade in LA that closed during the pandemic. He was building a Disney-esque ride in his warehouse. Yeah, the pandemic shut down a lot of that kind of stuff, I'm sure. They're very expensive. Yeah, they're even more expensive now. One of the biggest players in the cabinet arcade scene stopped making cabinets recently, which is pretty tragic. I don't know the exact details, but one of the biggest players stopped making them. I think they gave up the trade. Thing, I have to power up leafage to make stuff on grass. I didn't think that was the case. Or on water, I mean. All right, we're gonna give you this little home for now, buddy. It's a downgrade from your last home, but look at, he just jumps out of the water instantly and stops swimming. Like, Magikarp likes being out of the water. Okay, now homie's chilling. Look, now he's just laying on. Look at him. Homie doesn't even like being in the water. Look, he prefers to be laying on the grass. Look. Homie just doesn't even want to be in the water. Look at him. I can actually, I've done this before, I think. No, I was about to say I could try to push him. He has no survival instincts. Yeah. He's sick of the water. Apparently he's just a fish out of water. He's a frog at heart. Apparently. I don't even think I have any other water Pokemon in this area. Slowpoke. We could give Slowpoke a really nice habitat in one of these lakes. I know I'm bringing Lapras over for one of them, I believe, as a cheeky reference to Gen 1. Yeah, maybe Slowpoke, maybe Squirtle. Yeah, I don't have any other water Pokemon to live here. They're all going to be at Bleak Beach, most likely. I know Slowpoke's around here somewhere, though. If we had another fish Pokemon in this game, would they flop or like that or float? You know, that's the thing. They chose Magikarp because Magikarp is known for flopping. But in all reality, how would they have handled another fish Pokemon? Would it have been like Disney Dreamlight Valley? And they would have... Would it have been like DDV and like they would have just been stuck in the water? Oh yeah, Kyogre. There we go. What do they do in Scarlet and Violet? I think they just float. Right? If they follow you in Scarlet and Violet, do they just float? How do you get Slowpoke? I just used honey to spawn Slowpoke it. If you're talking about like making him appear for the first time, I think you do that through the store. All right. Let's go grab Bleak Beach. Did you see the patch notes? No, but I saw the update. They made it so you can relocate Pokemon centers during events now. Smart. Was there anything else worth mentioning? Smart. Good for them. Just bug fixes. They figured that one out. Good for them. I think our Lapras is gonna hate living here, to be honest. So we might not actually have Lapras live here. We'll see. We might make Lapras's pull deeper than the rest, so it makes more sense for her. That would make me feel better because she might hate this. What about traders leaving the Poké Center mid-trade? Lapras in the Fuchsia City Park is iconic, though. I know. All right, I'll give her. We're gonna put it right here. We might give her a bigger space, but current favorite thing about Pokopia? She's just stuck over here. Are you just trapped? Dude, what happened? What's the problem here? Okay. Have you had Jersey Mike's? Yeah, it was pretty good. Only like once or twice though. I ordered it once online and I asked them to put the oil and stuff on the side and they didn't, so I got a soggy bun, which is like by far the worst way to eat a sandwich. So that didn't really bode well for them. And then I had it one time in person. It was delicious. I guess my favorite thing about Pokopia is just the way that you interact with the Pokemon and like being in the Pokemon universe in general in a way, in a light that we've never been in the Pokemon universe. So that's something I've always appreciated about Pokemon games that break the norm. Like Mystery Dungeon was fascinating because it was a way to interact with Pokemon that I had never seen before. Pokemon Unite, same thing, right? Like I might not play Unite, but I really respect Unite for being one of the more unique ways to interact with Pokemon. That's like really unique. It's something that you'll never like get to experience in that sense. Like that's a pretty unique interaction. So I think that's like my favorite part of Pokopia is like the way that you interact with the Pokemon in this game is pretty much unlike any other Pokemon game. And I think that's really cool because I like interacting with Pokemon in different ways. And you know, some games are RPGs, some games they're your buddies, some games you're building habitats for them, some games you're literally them battling each other. Like, it's cool. That's like one of the most fascinating things about the Pokemon universe for me, and will always be. The idea of interacting with Pokemon in the universe of Pokemon in different lights and in different ways. So that's probably my favorite part of this game, is just them presenting a new way to think about Pokemon. The developers presenting a new way for me to think about the Pokemon universe. All right, maybe we grab Vaporeon for this last pull. I was thinking about doing a family, like maybe Slowpoke and Slowbro or something, because then it would be easy to decorate for both of them and give them perfect habitats. But there's not many 2 evolution water types. Golduck and Psyduck might actually be the answer. Yeah, this could just be like Vaporeon's lake right here. I'm okay with Vaporeon doing their own thing. I love watching Golduck swim. He's going to appear behind the fence or something. Look, I knew it. I knew homie was going to appear on the cliff or something. Oh, hey, I smell that. Like, dude, what are you doing, dude? I knew it. I'm like, this dude is such a dork. Oh, I love the smell of that, dude. It smells great. Coming, dude? Okay, he's coming. All right, we're gonna move Slowpoke because we might do the family thing with Slowpoke. We might. And it would be best if we were gonna do that, if we were to maybe put the whole family in one area. Like, I might do the whole Slowpoke line here. Like, it could actually be a super cute way to bring them together. All 3 of them in just one big pool here could be super cool. All right, and then Magikarp, we're gonna move to the smaller pool because he doesn't need as much space. And then we have that other pool over there we'll use for another single evolution Pokemon. In fact, I might just move Lapras over there, even if traditionally Lapras is like... I wanted to put Lapras in a pool that like makes sense for where she would have been in like the original Fuchsia City, which is like kind of like right here. But I think I'm gonna give her the bigger pool over here. That actually makes sense. We'll see. We'll just leave her there for now. It's not a big deal. And then we could bring over Vaporeon or Cramorant or Golduck and Psyduck. I think I might have live here. So where is Golduck and Psyduck? I think they're in the Bleak Beach. I think is where we would have spawned both of them. I think. I don't know. How you doing today, Pentatonics? That's where they were originally? I think so, yeah. It's been a while. More cute games. Dude, I was at this like kawaii shop yesterday. And tell me why I was at this like kawaii shop yesterday, and tell me why at this kawaii shop there's a magazine for cute video games. Like they literally had a magazine on the rack, and it was like cute video games, or it was called Cozy Game Monthly. It was like a magazine dedicated to cozy gamers. And I was just like, oh my God. It was like, it called itself a zine. It was like a zine for cozy gamers. And I was like, oh Lord. I had no idea we had a whole zine. Yeah, I was like, what, dude? Like, what is this nonsense? It's pretty funny. You just don't see that kind of stuff often, because in the modern era of gaming, and like people don't do like magazines and stuff, you know what I mean? So I was just kind of shocked. Okay, I know where Squirtle is. Sorry, I know where Psyduck is. I don't know where Golduck is. But yeah, in the modern era, like you don't really see that kind of stuff. Like a magazine, like that's cool. Cozy gamers are being acknowledged. It's a whole scene now. Some people just want video games to be chill and cozy. Totally respectable, dude. Totally respectable. All right, I don't know where we spawned Golduck in. I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna say that Golduck is probably in Castletown, where I spawned like everything in the game. I'm just gonna assume that that's actually where he is. For sure, Psyduck was here, but kid's been making their own zines. She tried to charge me $3 if I wanted to read it. That's funny. What up, Lunacy? No, I have used the search feature before, but I'm not using it right now. No, I haven't grabbed Volcanion yet. I should do that soon, though. I keep forgetting about him, I'm not gonna lie. You coming, Psyduck? Oh, here he comes. Psyduck is so funny. He jumps like he does in Pokemon Snap. Watch him jump. I swear he jumps like he does in Pokemon Snap. All right, cool. What up, Psyduck? You want to move in? All right, Psyduck's home, swimming around. Let's go to Castletown and find our Golduck. All right, we're filling up these spots with Pokemon. We're going to be filling up, so many Pokemon are going to be living in this park. We're going to have a bunch, from the grass, from the flower fields, to the water, to random bushes, to random little habitats I'm going to create. It's going to be cool. We're going to have a good amount of Pokemon living. A good amount of Pokemon living in this area. Like, I think I'm about to put a gate where the fence is. And then we could even have like a Pokemon living in the playground, which could be kind of cute. All right, let's see if we can find the pile of grass that Golduck lives in. Here, Golduck, Golduck, Golduck. Which pile of grass are you? Here, Golduck, Golduck. Which pile of grass might you be today? Frick, he might not be here. I could just use the Pokedex to search, but I'm being lazy. But that laziness will likely lead to more work. This is a story of my life. Don't judge me. Okay. Okay. Dang. He might not actually be here. Yeah, homie might actually not be here. That means I might have spawned him in the Rocky Ridges? I don't know where I spawned homie at. All right, let's start checking. Let's start using the tools that the game gives us. In this area, done. Wow, that was a lot of work. Okay, he is here for sure. All right, so we know he's here. And that's all we needed to confirm. We just got to find this patch of grass. We just got to find his patch of grass. Or we accidentally destroyed his home and he doesn't have a home. But usually if a Pokemon is homeless, they let you know pretty fast. They let you know pretty fast. Because they'll be standing around like complaining that they're homeless. Maybe not like right away, but that's usually like the game prioritizes homeless Pokemon. So like after a little bit, they will appear and walk around until you give them a home. Oh, it's right here. It's the same exact thing we did to spawn Psyduck. It's right. I remembered as I was walking over here, I'm like, oh yeah, it's the same setup. It's the same Psyduck setup. The freaking shower. The shower hot spring. Our 8,000 year long loading screens because we have too many hours in this game. We put too much time into the game. So we have super long loading screens. Anybody else? Anybody else in loading screen hell because they just put too much time into the game? They're not too bad though. Nothing will ever beat Morrowind back in the Xbox days. All right, Golduck, come here. I always thought Golduck was a bit bigger. This game makes Golduck seem kind of small. All right, sick. 1, 2. Oh, wait, let me go grab Slowbro and Slowking, and then we're officially locked in here. And all of our water biomes are going to be filled with healthy Pokemon that we're going to give awesome little homes. And we already have Combee and Vespiquen living there. Let's grab Slowking. I think Slowbro should be around here somewhere. I like how fire Pokemon never come outside in this game. What's up with that? Fire Pokemon are like, you know what, dude? There's a chance that there's rain. I'm just never coming outside. Oh, you mean there's a chance that I could be rained on? I'm never leaving the house. All right, we must not have Slowbro living here. I thought for sure all three of the bros were living here, but Slowbro must not be living here. That's fine. We'll bring him later. Yeah, fire Pokemon just don't want to leave the house. It's crazy. Especially after you play champions. All right, come here, Slowking. Oh, wow. Slowking can't walk through the building. Oh, no. All right. I got you, dude. Where you at? Come here. Homie can't walk through the door. Homie can't walk through the door. Wow. Is it because it's too tall? What's happening? Is it tall or wide or both? It's both. Oh, nope. Nope. Okay, I think it was tall as the problem, yeah? Let's see. It's both. He's like a 2x3 or something. No, let's see. Let's just... Nope, nope, it's not height. It was only width. That's okay. Thanks for making me destroy my house, dude. Great Pokemon. I could have just warped him, but it's not a big deal. I was running Slowking on my team for a little while, but I dropped him for now. Okay, cool. Slowking, Slowpoke, Slowbro. We could totally have one of the Pokemon living at the picnic as well. I suppose we could do like Hoppip and stuff if we wanted. I'm not even sure we're keeping the coloring of this building, by the way. All right, nice. Yeah, we could. No, it's not going to be centered, so we don't want to do a gate here because they're not going to give us a center here. Yeah, screw that. I'm not doing it. Now we could instead we could make the habitat just the items. Like we'll just make a habitat using the slide, and we'll have a Pokemon living here. So right now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Pokemon living here. And then I'm gonna have another one here for 10. We'll have somebody living in the house, 11. I'll probably have some in like some of these flower patches around. So that's maybe 12, 13. Maybe somebody in the picnic, 14. So maybe about 14, 15 Pokemon are going to be living in this area. And then we're going to try to give them perfect habitats, however we can figure that out. We might have to make some decoration. You know, we might have to do some like heavier decorating to make that work, but it should be cool. Fast AF, boys. Fast AF, boys. All right. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Just need to get some water. I'm out of water. All right, I'm back. I had to run out to the well and get a whole new fresher batch of water. Had to run out to the well. Nice. Now seeing Pokemon in this area feels good. Yo, Ambi Sick, thank you for 47. How are you today? Yeah, now things are really starting to look nice around here. This is starting to come together. We got to get the center, figure out what we're doing with the center here. I don't think I want to do another path. I think I want this center area to very much just be decorations and flowers. And I think we're going to use this Chansey thing as a part of what we're going to build around. Maybe something along these lines, like should be sleeping but decided to pop in for a few. What's up? Nice. Then we got a gym. We got the inside of the gym to do here soon as well. This stuff can come with me. All right, cool. What up, random reject? Good to see you. Oh, I had some pictures to share, y'all. All right. I'll share you these 5. I showed you the poetry in motion. All right, we'll do these. And I guess I'll send you the classic loaf, even though I think I already showed that. Okay, here you guys go. So, for those of you that helped participate in the cat tower on Throne, you will all be happy to know that the cat tower has officially been claimed. In fact, she's sleeping there right now. The cat tower has officially been claimed. And she was all the way up top. She was all the way up top. Like, she's gone all the way up. Oh, never mind. She's not asleep. She just woke up. There's a super... I don't know why I zoomed in so much. Oh, my Lord. That's a zoom in right there. She just walked by. Never mind. Midnug, come here. She was in here. I didn't realize she was awake. And then here's one more for y'all. And shout out to Tam Perpetrator and anybody else who said it. It's all... And anybody else who said it, dude, I'm telling you right now, it is all about the catnip, dude. Oh no, what happened to the message? What? How did I accidentally delete the message? What? It was all about the catnip. Dude, the catnip led her to the promised land. And I have one more picture for y'all. Hold on. It was all about the catnip. So I was being like super subtle about it, right? I was like, you know, I didn't want to overdo the catnip. And look at, I even got her to use the freaking ramen noodle bed. Look at that. Same trick. I put some catnip inside of the bed. I put a blanket in there, and now she'll sleep at my feet while I'm streaming sometimes. Like it's sitting right here. The ramen noodle bed's at my feet, and she just sits right at my feet and goes to sleep some days when I'm being like really calm, and she knows I'm not like dancing around too much and stuff. So the ramen noodle bed, success. We already sent a message to Raichi for supporting that. And then, and as we said, we got her in here sleeping and chilling. So what I did is, as you can see this mess here, I went and I took like the normal, like half, you know, teaspoon to a tablespoon or whatever, and I just sprinkled it around the whole cat tower. Cause I was like, you know, I was being really subtle. Like I was being like super subtle, right? I was like, she was getting close. Like she kept trying to climb up, and like but she wasn't doing the full jump. Like she wasn't doing it. So here's what I did. I put catnip in the cat bed, and I put a bunch on the tower, and I went into my office. Well, then all of a sudden, I go outside of my office, and she's attempting to climb the tower, and I'm like, oh, she's doing it again. And I'm like, okay, I got her. And I just went to sleep. And I woke up the next morning, and she was like in and out and walking around it, and like even like going up to my mantle, which is going to be dangerous, but I'm happy that she's up there. So I'm really happy she claimed the freaking tower. It is hers now. And then that same night that I put all of the catnip down, she claimed the cat bed. So I had 2 victories in a matter of like 12 hours. And it was all because of the glory of the catnip. So we got her comfortable. We're getting her comfortable with the towers, and you know, I'm not trying to give her too much catnip, so I'm gonna take a break from the catnip now. But I can already understand how she works, and she just needed that first initial push. That's all she needed. All she needed was like that first initial push to get on those things, like to understand that she was allowed to be up there. I think she was hesitating to do it, like she wasn't allowed. So now that we got through that, we're good. Like all we had to do was get through that initial push, and now we're chilling. Now she's claimed the tower as her own, and now she is likely comfortable with jumping up and getting on the tower. And I can't wait till I see her using the very top to look out the window one day, or to like people watch when I have a guest over or something. So I'm pretty excited, but the first battle was just getting her to use it. Now that she's up there, we're good. We're chilling. And now it's just moving on to the next project, you know? So pretty cool stuff. Mad's message in the chat. What's up, Fernando? Good to see you, buddy. I'm meeting Starling, Holly, and Jet. Some may say it's crazy to meet people for the first time at your wedding, but we've been gaming together since 2021 and on and off streams, and we met through here, so thanks. Yeah, no problem. That's awesome, dude. I love the experience of providing a place for people to connect, and then people actually utilizing that space and connecting with one another. That's pretty rad, man. That's pretty cool stuff. Yeah, thanks for sharing. All right, we're gonna go ahead and call it here. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll lock in here for some content. Thanks for coming out, everybody. My stream's all broken and stuff, so I can't do my normal outro. We're just gonna call it there, and we're gonna go do a raid. Let's go find somebody to raid here today. And what's up? You coming in here meowing at the end of my show? You know. You're listening to what I'm saying, aren't you? All right, I'll get you some love soon. Don't worry. She knows what's going on. All right, we're out of here today. Some Pokopia in the morning. It was a blast. I think we're going to raid out of here. Go find ourselves a raid recipient here this morning. All right, we're going to go and visit... Let's go visit Salty Dolphin playing some Pokemon Champions. Grab yourself a raid message or not. No pressure, no worries. Go see what Salty Dolphin's up to. All right, y'all. Highly in Descent signing off. You know the deal. You know the spiel. Until next time. Peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right, y'all. We'll catch you later. Until next time, signing off. Enjoy Salty's stream. He's cool. I think you'll enjoy some Pokemon Champions. If not, no worries. If you end up hanging out, let him know I sent you. Peace out, y'all. Peace, peace.
Welcome in.